All right, I'd like to call to order the August 26, 2024 Mountlake Terrace Planning Commission meeting to order. Would you please take the roll?
Chair Batista,
Here.
Vice Chair Harrison,
Here.
Commissioner Thompson,
Here.
Commissioner Betcher,
Present.
Commissioner Landis.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan may be absent tonight and requests an excusal if so.
So we'll go ahead and wait until the end of the meeting to see if he's able to pop in or not. If not, we'll go ahead and do the excused absence then. All right, item number 3, approval of the August 12th, 2024 meeting minutes. Does anybody have any changes or corrections to those? All right, not hearing or seeing any, so we'll go ahead and declare those accepted as presented. Item number 4, public comment. Do we have anybody who wants to make public comment tonight? Or anybody who's signed up online?
No one has signed up online and no one has signed up to make public comment.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5, public hearing, economic development strategy plan for recommendation on adoption to City Council.
All right. Good evening, Chair Batista, Vice Chair Harrison, members of the Planning Commission. I want to take an opportunity to introduce David Fisk, who has been joining you all for the last few meetings. So today is a public hearing on the Economic Development Strategic Plan. This follows the meeting on August 12th, which was a discussion on Planning Commission comments. So in your packets, you should have received an updated draft of the Economic Development Strategic Plan, and David is gonna walk through some of the comments and what changes have been made. So I'll let David take it away.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. And good evening, commissioners. Good to see you all again. Yeah, third meeting in a row, I believe, that I've been on your agenda. So happy to be back. I know that, as Jonathan said, yeah, last meeting we went through your comments and discussed some of those. I thought we had a great discussion. And so the August 2024 draft that is in your packet, as well as the attached memorandum, outlines revisions that were made to that previous draft to reflect the comments that were received. So I don't have a presentation for you this evening, just because most of these revisions were text edits. And so the notable revisions section within that memo reflect each one of the changes that was made. And so my thought was we would go through those in turn, just to point out and ensure that all of these your comments and expected revisions were made, and then we can go from there. Does that sound good for all of the commissioners?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Great. So on page 16 of the new August 2024 draft, there was a comment that was made just about the leakage analysis that was done for retail in the city, and that one of the points there around auto parts stores was maybe misconstruing a little bit of the fact that you're surrounded by many of these types of stores. And so just a note was made there on that page to point out that that's the case, but also that it is not city policy necessarily to promote these types of businesses, or that the focus through city policy is more around non-auto oriented businesses to be focused on for new business, particularly within the town center. And I will also point out, I apologize, I think the version that you all have in your packets was, there were a couple spelling errors that I noticed that I can assure you have been reflected now in the existing copy, but I think the one that you had still has a couple spelling errors there in that change, so my apologies. And I think so. I'll just pause for a second after each one of these in case there's any comments or questions, and otherwise we can keep moving through each one of these.
Commission, do you want us to share those pages as David goes through them? Okay.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Is that reflected on our online thing as well?
I think the memo has the page numbers.
Yeah, it has a
Okay.
page, and then we can just Jonathan can pull that up and turn to those
Oh,
pages.
I can pull it up
Okay.
as well, and I
Why-
apologize.
If you want to do that, David, and then just share that so people can follow along.
Most definitely. Yeah, my apologies because I thought I think it was maybe in your packets, but this will be easier. You're right. So let me just get that pulled up on the screen. All right, is everybody able to see that? Excellent. So yes, page 16 in the current draft, you'll see under this table there is an added note about the auto parts stores in this table. And then if we move down, so that was the only one prior to the actual strategic framework and the objectives and actions. So the rest of these, if we move to page 30. So this was a comment we spent a little time discussing the focus on branding and marketing for the city and the importance of that around economic development. Some discussion around, how this is really meant to be, this objective here is really meant to be externally facing, but that there has been a long held desire to also do more internally facing branding about specific neighborhood character and identity. And so there's an additional bullet here added to reflect that, exploring the further differentiation of the city's neighborhood commercial centers through identity building. And as well as a subsequent bullet, sub-action that I'll get to in a moment, that talks about tying that into wayfinding as well in the city. And moving on to the next page, 31 here, action 1.2b. There's a comment to ensure that we're also calling out the potential future light rail station location up there on 220th Street, along with Town Center and Melody Hill as areas for particular focus or potential future development. And then also under that same action 1.2b, there's a final bullet here added about the exploration of attraction of a local community college or other higher education satellite campus, which I know we've discussed a number of times in this commission and was brought up again in our last meeting. And this felt like the best place to point to include this, as it is sort of about attracting business, and that is certainly a type of business as well. So moving down to page 35. So this is into the second strategy or overall strategy of supporting local and small business. On page 35 under action 2.2a, we talked a little bit about micro retail, micro enterprise space, and what that means, how that could fit into the potential economic future of the city, particularly around providing more affordable commercial spaces. These wouldn't necessarily be, actually below market rate, but perhaps purpose-built or just smaller commercial spaces available for businesses. And so a couple examples were added in here, just to point to what that could look like, but also to call that out in particularly under this action related to affordable commercial space.
I'm just curious, when we have specific examples in here, to point to, is there some sort of additional reference at the end of the document that will provide more direction if somebody wanted to look that up?
So there are active hyperlinks within this link, which I realize is only available through a digital version of the plan. If you think it would be helpful or preferable to maybe include it as a footnote or an appendix with a written link or note to that or reference, that could certainly be included.
I think that at least for me, I'm comfortable leaving that up to the discretion of you and staff. My one concern is that links change a lot, though. If the link changes and needs to be updated, is that, maybe this is more a question for staff, is that a technical correction that you guys can make without having to bring that back to us? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, I know I personally am not familiar with, the zipper in Portland, so, maybe just some, I don't know. Does staff feel that maybe a footnote with more, reference, direction is required, or do you think just having a hyperlink to it is fine?
I mean, it's up to you guys. I would say hyperlinks are becoming very common in a lot of the plans for the last several years that people have done. I think it's a good point that you got to keep up with those links to make sure that they work in all things, you know. And I think we've been trying to be more diligent on, as we've transitioned, to make sure that we're looking at our stuff. But I'm comfortable putting the link in, and then just making sure that we go over these things periodically to make sure that they work, because you'll see that in the comp plan as well, in different documents that are going to come before you, because it's just, yeah, a matter of getting people quickly to information, you know, so.
Okay. I probably still have academic citation rules on the brain, so apologies if it seems a little much, so. So, yeah, it sounds like staff's fine with it, so I'm fine if staff's fine. And I'm not hearing anybody else have any issues, so. Okay.
Great. Yeah, and just to point out, the zipper is, well, as it sort of says, a multi-tenant building. It was a purpose-built building that has a shared sort of commissary space that then also has micro restaurants around it, but also non-food related businesses. There's a nail salon, one other non-food related business as well in there, and just small retail space that's proven to be quite successful. All right, moving down to page 38, action 3.2C. So this is what I referenced just previously. So this bullet point added here, this is the action related to branded wayfinding. And this is saying exploring further identity building opportunities for neighborhood centers outside of town center as they continue to grow. You know, I know we've had numerous discussions around how, especially for this shorter term strategic plan, a lot of the emphasis being on town center and that being, you know, a real strategic focus for the city. But it certainly does make sense. I know there's a sub-area process that's ongoing. And so as those neighborhood centers become more established, continuing to build that sort of branded wayfinding network. Then also on this page, 3.2D here. So some of the discussion we had last time around shared parking strategies. And so this is just emphasizing here. So as Town Center continues to densify, exploring strategies to ensure the most efficient use of existing and future parking. So that's sort of a larger, more overall statement. And then this is a little more specific about consider creating a district parking strategy that explores opportunities for the development of shared facilities. So this could actually take the form of, you know, an actual parking strategy document, or something that is more negotiated with property owners or developers, that takes into account the shared use of mixed-use development, parking facilities, or potential down the road purpose-built structured parking to house parking that is near or in walkable distance to central retail locations in town center. So just highlighting a few more of the opportunities or the things we discussed last week, without being overly prescriptive, as we know the town center is continuing to evolve. So I want to make sure maybe that hits the mark based on what we discussed in our previous meeting.
I know we had a little bit of discussion about this, so I'll give the commissioners a second to take a look at that and chime in.
It feels pretty flexible. We're not prescribing a solution, I think. It gives possible directions, but I do think that will wind up being a study and possibly something that we haven't even imagined.
Yeah. Commissioner Harrison?
I think Commissioner Betcher voiced my opinion right just now. I feel the same. I think the wording looks good, and further study is always a good pathway as the area develops.
Anyone
Great.
else? All right, I think we're okay.
All right. So just a couple more here on page 39, action 3.3A. So this was actually based on some feedback we'd had through some discussions with council members. So not actually based on our planning commission feedback previously, but just wanted to point out a change that was made just to more explicitly highlight the support of temporary uses, pop-ups, festivals, market activities within the town center. So the language here was a little more high level before, wasn't as specific to these types of uses and supporting that type of programming. But it was already sort of there, I think, implicitly, but just making it a little more specific. And then the last one here, also on page 39, 3.3C. So this is about adding an additional point about the promotion of arts, potentially through a bonus program or other incentive or even requirement of private development. So this previously had just said supporting the arts or encouraging private development to incorporate art. And this is now making it slightly more obvious based on the comment we received last time. Is there potential to actually incentivize this to meet those goals? So those are all of the revisions that were made based on the comments last week. Sounds like not too much discussion further on that, but if there are any questions or if you feel like anything was left off, please let me know.
I would just say I'm glad to see, us adding that, incentivizing the art as something I've been talking about for decades as, one, to beautify our space in providing, that incentive, kind of a, additional little bonus there when feasible. I did have a quick question about the, supporting the programming of temporary installations, pop-up activities and events. And so I know a lot of this, this is just, an objective and a goal, but part of this really falls on code and, how code's written and what the city is going to allow. For an example, in Seattle, you can have a street and sidewalk activity, anybody can apply for that permit, and it's actually good up to 300 people, depending on how big the event is going to be, how much space they're going to take up. We don't have to worry about alleys and whatnot here. And, it's not necessarily the same type of arterial traffic in our town center versus an arterial in a major Seattle neighborhood. But once you go over 300, then it becomes a special event, and it's a completely different department of the city that plans and coordinates that. I'm just kind of curious if, one, our code currently supports both the small and large activities, and does it just all fall on just the planning department in this case to kind of facilitate all of that?
Good question. So there's been conversations. We got our first special events coordinator position last year that was funded through the ARPA program. And the city's asking for that position to remain because that position coordinates the 3rd of July Tour de Terrace, all the things that we have now, the music in the plaza, movie nights, etc. Andrew is the individual that's been running those programs this year, and we We have two different kind of special event permits that do not mirror each other. So for instance, the park, if you're using the city parks, there's a park permit and it has its own criteria. And then for land use, we have special event permits and it has its own criteria. And so after we get done with the comp plan and the EIS and this economic plan, Andrew and I have had discussions that we're going to work with him to make sure that we're mirroring those event permits to make sense across the community and how we do that. So we'd be working with Andrew, and right now we kind of have arbitrary numbers of when those thresholds kick in, and I'm not really sure what they were based on at the time. But nonetheless, they're different for the parks property than they are for the other permits. So we have work to do in kind of streamlining that process, and we'd be working through Andrew with special events, right-of-way permits, and land use so that we're all coordinated in what those permits look like.
You just hit on what my next question was going to be, because you had mentioned earlier the land use, and I was going to ask if that covers both private property and public right-of-way, but if there is a right-of-way permit that's...
There is a right-of-way permit that's kind of divided into 3 right-of-way permits, right? But the left hand doesn't know what the right hand, what the other foot knows, and so, yeah, that's one of the things we need to do coming up here.
Because I know in Seattle with their right-of-way permits, you know, for special events, there are certain things that they'll obviously permit in the public right-of-way, and there are other things that they will not permit. And if the applicant wants to have that, they need to do it on private property.
Yeah, and so that's, I mean, and that will be coming before you folks, any of those changes. So first, we need to figure out what, you know, a draft and what we're proposing and why we're proposing it. And then any of those changes would come to you guys. So, but the idea is to be consistent and coordinated and have reasoning behind those different levels that we're doing. Like, why are we choosing 49 people or less, or whatever that number is, and those different requirements.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know depending on the type of permit too, you know, in other jurisdictions, it may trigger more like secondary review and routing, like we have to notify SPD and SFD and get their, you know, notify the 911 communications people just so they know, hey, that street's shut down. Don't, you know, if something happens, you know, it's going to be hard to come sirens ablazing through there. But yeah, I look forward to that discussion. So, you know, just like when we were discussing our undergrounding of electrical line policy, I was able to talk ad nauseum for that one because that's what I was doing at the time. Well, partly what I was doing now. This is what I'm doing. So again, I can provide at least one regional jurisdiction's, you know, point of view on, you know, why they do that. Why the numbers were picked, I don't know if they were arbitrary or if it was, you know, kind of a trial and error on that. I just know there, you know, there are certain thresholds as well. And it's usually under 100, between 100 and 300 and 300 and above. So, and of course that 300 and above can be 300 to thousands. So it's just, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room in that one, but that's a different department that handles that. So I don't stress on that one. Anybody else? Any kind of questions, comments overall?
I had a comment.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot of our input was taken throughout not just this phase, but also earlier phases of the comp plan process. Like, there were several things I was expected to have to comment on in this, but then I saw them there and I'm like, oh, great. So thanks for that. I appreciate that. I'm excited to live in this town.
That's great to hear. I appreciate that feedback.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Not hearing or seeing anything, so I'm assuming that's the end of the staff report for this? Yes? Okay. Only asking because that triggers the script. So I just want to make sure I'm on the right step
That's
here.
all I've got for you. So.
Okay. So Since staff has nothing else and it doesn't sound like there's any other comments or questions from the planning commission, we'll go ahead and move to the public hearing. So I'm looking for a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. The public hearing is now open. And staff, was there any written testimony submitted for this item?
No written testimony has been submitted.
Okay, so just give me one moment. I get to skip a section here, so let me. All right, so, just want to make sure, is there anybody here tonight who'd like to make public comment in person? Nope, okay, great. So since we had no written testimony or any in-person testimony, just one last chance. Are there any questions from the Planning Commission to staff?
No question.
Okay, so hearing none, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
I have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. And then I am looking for a motion for a recommendation.
I move to recommend approval of the Economic Development Strategic Plan for adoption by City Council.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend the Economic Development Plan to City Council. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you all, commissioners. And I'll look forward to bringing this to City Council.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right. Does staff need a second to transition to the next agenda item? You good? Okay, just want to make sure. It's two weighty items right in a row. So we'll move on to item number 6, draft comprehensive plan review.
Great. Good evening, everyone. So today we are back following up on our draft plan review of the Vision 2044 Comprehensive Plan. Today's our second to last meeting before our public hearing that is scheduled for September 9th with the Planning Commission. So today, following the previous meeting, going over the remaining element chapters, so the goals and policies as well as the narratives and implementation strategies. So in your packets, you should have received an interim draft comprehensive plan dated August 16th. So that is what we are working with at this moment. Prior to the September 9th meeting, you will all have the final full draft plan in InDesign format for you to review, and that'll be the version that you'll recommend to council. Secondly, a big piece of today's agenda is a review and discussion of the proposed draft land use map. This is based on the draft EIS Alternative 2 map. So Mandy from OTAC will be leading that discussion as well as staff, and then review of next steps. So in terms of the transportation element, just quickly, we are, our subconsultant Fair and Peers will be adding some more content in the element. So if you noticed in the draft plan, there was some highlighted text that will be updated in the final full draft plan. In the narrative, we added some discussion of level of service, including multimodal level of service. So in particular, we added a new section titled Multimodal LOS. And so the final draft plan will include multimodal level of service policies and network maps for each mode of travel. So that's vehicle, pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and freight. We also include a section on travel demand management. So looking into the future transportation network assumptions and travel demand forecasting. In terms of the implementation strategies, we add ideas for funding opportunities for transportation infrastructure projects, as well as options for travel demand management strategies. Based on Planning Commission comments on the draft goals and policy matrix, so there was a discussion on safe versus safer, and then a desire to see a, bike ped advisory board established. And that will be a critical advisory board that will help influence the bicycle pedestrian action plan. So, any questions or comments here before we move on to the next element? So for capital facilities, we added a summary of existing capital facilities. So you'll see there's a section, the context section, which sort of just has a running list of all our existing capital facilities. And that is specifically in the draft plan, it's page 89 to 93. We also note importance of establishing level of service for various types of capital facilities, so that's included in the narrative. For implementation strategies, we establish level of service for all capital facilities. There's a strategy to conduct regular rate studies for water bill rates in particular, implementation of a disaster preparedness plan, and then the completion of an updated inventory of ADA deficiencies for city-owned facilities. So that was based on some comments received from Planning Commission.
Does,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. For the regular rate study, does that also cover the base fee as well? Because, I mean, I know for me, my consumption rate is pennies. You know, that's not what gives me the sticker shock on my bill. It's the base charges that council, you know, had to increase several years ago. So I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, so that should be the base rate plus the whole rate as it is. I would suggest for implementation strategies, rate studies should be done every 5 years. And we should not only do rate studies for water, but the water bill rates, not loving that language, but for water and for sewer treatment, because both of those are part of, I know people think, oh, this is my water bill, but it encompasses the other parts too, right? So we have stormwater, water, and sewer treatment, and all of those studies should be regularly updated. And that just helps to make sure you're penciling out those costs on a yearly basis so you don't end up with the sticker shock of all of a sudden your rates jump, you know, these ginormous amounts, and that is kind of, whatever that looks like, it's kind of fed incrementally, as most utilities are. So there's not this huge jump from one year to the next.
I know in the previous meetings, we just recently talked about, you know, the potential need moving forward to separate water runoff from sewer. And obviously there's a cost with that. Would that be automatically part of that rate study then, you know, determining, you know, or coming up with, I guess, rough estimates of what it would cost to implement that kind of plan? Or would that be something that would be separate?
No, that's being looked at right now. Stormwater is going first, and that's in process. Mm-hmm. So you guys will see actually stormwater first. And that's a big thing because the capacity for Alderwood for sewer treatment is, you know, it's not, you know, it's a finite number that we have. And so when you're taking capacity where you're feeding stormwater into a system versus sewer, it's very costly to be treating things other than what you want to be treating. And so, yeah, that's all part and parcel to, you know, those studies and making sure you're not just feeding stormwater into something, because that ends up raising the costs substantially for all the users.
With the stormwater capacity and, you know, water treatment capacity, if we are maxed out with our co-owned facility in Edmonds, is there is there spare capacity with Brightwater?
As far as I know, our treatment goes to King County. Is that Brightwater? The King
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do know that the King County facility is much more expensive than Alderwood, and so that's trying to keep it within that treatment at Alderwood, which will be less costly for that treatment for the ratepayers.
Gotcha. For everyone who's new to the city, which I think is everybody, probably in this meeting except me, when Brightwater was first being proposed, they wanted to run it through Terrace. And they said, oh, well, we'll let you connect to it too. Well, obviously, the city had other feelings, and it pretty much caused a mini political revolution, so it was, yeah, so it'd be funny if we ended up connecting to them after all, so, anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I had two water-related questions that are a bit off topic, but hopefully they're fast. Did I understand you correctly that in looking at diverting stormwater away from sewage treatment, that it might reduce our costs?
Well, I'm not going to say reduce, but I mean, ultimately, it would, because you're going to end up with more capacity at Alderwood, which is where you want that treatment to go, versus go to some place that's more expensive because you've maxed out capacity. So I would say in that vein, yes. Do I know what those rates are, or am I someone that you should be listening to as far as rates go? No, but I mean, in essence, yes, in that kind of situation, that's a fact.
Okay, I know a lot of the complaints I hear are about the cost of the water services, and so that is hopeful messaging, I think. I'm happy to hear that. The other comment is sort of bi-monthly versus monthly billing, but that's probably out of the scope of this, but getting $250 a month or bills seems a bit easier than getting one $300 bill every 2 months. I don't know if that's part of this, but like I feel like that also is an important part of the perception of costs.
Yeah, I agree, because it's billed every 2 months right here in the city, which some cities do that, and then some cities bill monthly. I think those studies are coming up for those capital plans and those rate studies. I think that's a good comment if people feel like that would be easier to budget, that they pay for those monthly, that folks should definitely comment on that.
A lot of, the reasoning for bi-monthly back in the day was primarily because of staffing levels, being able to actually go and physically read the meters. And, for a lot of jurisdictions, you couldn't get it all done in 1 month. So, they spread it over 2 months. And depending on how it was set up is, it was sort of staggered. So not everybody was getting their bill at the exact same date every 2 months. It'd be sort of staggered. But as as utilities have moved to automated metering technologies, that can all be just, with the click of the button, just download everybody's read at the same time on the same day, the same hour. So it's much easier to actually do a monthly now if everything is still, if everything's being automated. So, it's just that we just sort of, we've always done the bi-monthly because there was those impediments, but do those impediments even exist anymore?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. We'll talk a little bit more about automating systems as well in the CED department. But yes, you're exactly right. You don't physically go out there and read every meter now, right? So there are technology changes which can facilitate doing those things much easier.
Yeah. But it's probably important to remember too, when it goes, we're talking about sort of cost savings and, rather than having to build more capacity for sewage treatment, that by separating the stormwater, we gain that capacity right there. But any cost savings we get from gaining that capacity is already spent, because we're going to be spending that savings on building the stormwater
Yeah, but
detention
I
and
mean, in
treatment.
the case of stormwater too, a lot of those costs are borne by development. And so, again, that's kind of figuring out when that's what those studies are for, is what are those percentages that are existing, and, what will be new development and the cost borne by that and such. But either way you slice it, it's more expensive to treat the water than to not treat the water.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for explaining to me why it was bi-monthly. That makes perfect sense, and I was always wondering why it never moved to monthly. So thanks for that background.
All right. So lastly, there was a comment on goals and policies related to the city meeting level service with the projected growth, and if lacking capacity, how additional capacity will be achieved. So just to note that that is something that's addressed in the draft EIS, and specifically mitigation for water and sewer. Yeah. For utilities element, we received no comments on the goals and policies based on the last iteration of the matrix. In terms of changes made to the narrative, we provide an inventory of third-party utility providers. For implementation strategies, again, identifying underserved areas through EJ screening data or other data sources. Considering code updates to include artistic design as a screening method for utility boxes. And then working with third-party providers to identify ways of achieving better energy efficiency in higher demand developments. Any questions or comments?
And you're going to start seeing utility boxes in the not too near future, because have been working with the Arts Commission to screen some of the first utility boxes in town. So you'll be seeing some of those shortly.
I know for Seattle, when there is kind of art put in the public right-of-way, especially any kinds of murals, either on the utility box or in the roadway itself, usually there's a division in SDOT that reviews that as well, Transportation Operations Division. So when, say, an outside group is proposing art, is Terrace's Transportation Department also looking at and making sure that the art doesn't have the potential to be confused as a traffic control device or a visual distraction?
Yeah, we've all been working on it currently, and then we'll have a more streamlined process, but getting some of the utility boxes in Town Center and the Sound Transit Project, we've been CED, engineering, Parks, the Arts Commission have all been working together to kind of screen that art so it's appropriate. And then we're working towards having an official program in place where that would be a requirement for developments to appropriately provide art. I mean, we've had utility screening in the past, but in some situations where you can't really effectively screen, you can screen mechanical equipment a lot easier with fencing and landscaping than some of the utility boxes. So in the case where we do have utility boxes that are more visible, then making sure we have a artistic screening program for them. And I mean, you guys have seen them. My least favorite are the ones on 56 and 236, that corner where it's like, and right in front of the light rail station. I mean, there's several areas, and so just making that more attractive. And as we're upping our game on community art and the other things that we're working on, all those things.
I think in terms of utility boxes, usually signal boxes are easier to put the artwork on. I don't think you'd be able to put artwork on pad-mounted transformers. And I know that's what the big eyesore is down by the light rail station. Mainly too, because the signal boxes are usually property of the city, whereas the transformers are the property of the utility. So there's.
Yeah, so there's a couple of avenues, but nonetheless of just, being more diligent in the aesthetics of our community, right? And making things more attractive.
And I know usually permit conditions for art are also going to dictate how the art itself is installed on there, vinyl wrap.
Right,
Versus
exactly.
painted, that the permittee is responsible for maintaining that, and then that it's a revocable permit at any time the city can say, we have to have the artwork, removed for, any reason, it's like, I know for Seattle, it's a long-term permit, but it's not in perpetuity. It's a renewable permit that can be revoked. I'm sure.
Yeah, so you
those are
guys
things
will
that you
see
guys are
that
talking about.
program too as it comes along, but we kind of have the first baby steps and some things that needed to be done. So
Gotcha.
we'll be working on that as well.
I'm sure John Merrick will have plenty of input and that, since his group would have to review that at SDOT back in the day, so. And it was my group that would be sending it to him, so. Okay. Anybody else, questions or comments on this one? Okay. I think we're good to move.
All right. Land use element, so changes made in the narrative. So we include description of the 2044 allocated growth targets and current capacity shortfalls. We describe and reference all 6 subareas within the city. So that is specifically on page 56 through 58 of the draft plan that you have. And then discuss primary centers in the city. So again, those mixed-use centers and neighborhood centers. For implementation strategies, exploring the adoption of form-based code, updating and implementing sub-area plans and center and corridors plans. So that was a common theme we've heard. And a focus of this comprehensive plan update is looking into those commercial centers and neighborhood centers. Creating and implementing a parking management plan for town center, which is something we discussed a bit ago with the economic development strategic plan. And creating a citywide approach strategy to public engagement. Any questions or comments?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. So in terms of goals and policy language, identifying funding mechanisms for civic plazas, open space creation for community use, encouraging or incentivizing private developers to provide open space, policies based on community gardening, gardening of food, so concerns about the scale and scope of front yard gardens for food growth. So that's addressed. Desire to see light and noise pollution addressed more imperatively. A note to be proactive with the development of new connections to existing and planned destination centers. And then again, speaking to the parking code updates in town center, and a concern about parking issues that would affect residential areas. Any comments or questions?
A little bit on the first bullet point. When it comes to funding mechanisms, for civic plazas, obviously civic plazas would be, I would like to see those, be public space. So it truly is, a public place for people to gather and, do whatever. But also when it's just other open space that we can encourage creation, my mind kind of goes to, again, bonus density. It's like, hey, rather than have your building go flush up against, the property line for the entire length of the block, if you can inset that, provide an open, plaza, get some daylighting going on there, I think there's incentive, if there's some sort of incentive for them to do that, we might see that more, so we just don't get, building after building of just being flush with the the property, because, we say, oh, we want some articulation, and they'll come back and, they'll meet the specifics of the code. Well, articulation, I'm only required to provide 2 feet of articulation. And it's like, when you're more than 30 feet away, you can't even see it. It doesn't make a difference. So, so I would definitely say on, for this, not only the city trying to find the ability and funding mechanisms to create truly public space, but also some sort of incentive mechanism for, private parties to provide that as well.
Yep. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Well, the next item on the agenda is looking over the land use map review and discussion. So I'm going to pass it on to Mandy. Mandy, I can go ahead and continue to share my screen. That works for you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to go to the next slide, and good evening, commissioners. It's nice to be with you again. So similarly to the discussion on the economic development work, we're hoping that you will see this work has evolved in really listening to past comments from the Planning Commission, common themes, things that we know are important for Mountlake Terrace based on the input that you've given us. And so we have moved forward to look at a proposed land use map, which is a version of Alternative 2 that was studied in the draft EIS. And this land use map is derived from that alternative, but there are opportunities to make some small changes, which we'll talk about tonight. And we also welcome further input from you on adjustments here. But we do want to keep in mind that, we want to keep the amount of change and zoning capacity in scale with what is a sustainable plan for infrastructure development over the next 20 years. And so we'll be kind of talking through that as we go along. But you will see that we've held to this idea of creating new neighborhood centers outside of town center, which I know has been something that's been very important in many of our discussions. We're holding to that with this proposed land use map, and we're going to kind of zoom in on some areas and show you those. We're also trying to simplify and consolidate the land use categories, and then that in fact will also help with some of the zoning categories, because there were quite a few categories that seem to overlap or cause a little bit of redundancy or confusion. And so we thought we would be able to clean that up with this proposed land use map. And one of those ways of cleaning it up is to introduce some residential categories of residential 1, 2, 3, and 4, and residential mixed use. And by using these categories and better defining these, we're able to lump some of the previous categories together and just make a cleaner map with less colors, which I know we can all appreciate. So we did actually work on the colors as well, because the previous map had some colors that were a little bit difficult to read. They were similar to each other. And so we're working to bring more distinction on the colors as well in this map. So we go on to the next slide.
Yeah. And I did just want to point out,
Oh, yeah.
today we're focusing on land use as part of this process. As you know, we have until June 2025 to update some required code amendments, so related to middle housing and ADUs in particular. But we are going to take that full scale look at our existing zoning code as well as part of this process. So
How does the sub-area plan, the updates for the 2 sub-areas that we're working on tie into this? Is this just the general recommendation for the comp plan update, but the 2 sub-areas that we're working on will have further updates later on, or is what we see
Yeah.
here also part of the sub-area updates that's being proposed.
Yeah, so the land uses that we're talking about here also apply to our two sub areas. So that would be synonymous. But within the sub area plans, we'll take it to a level of detail to discuss key priorities for each sub area. And those will be directly based on our workshops with you and public input that we've received on the key priorities. So those will be reflected in the comprehensive plan as well.
And I just wanted to kind of walk through the importance of this land use map for the commissioners that have not been involved in a comp plan update. The land use map sets the stage for the official zoning map, okay? So we outline those land use categories here, and then the zoning map is to be coordinated and consistent with this land use map. So what we're doing on this land use map is very important, and we went through with OTAC and staff to kind of further refine this with that in mind, that ultimately, even though this is the land use map in the comp plan, that we're setting the stage for zoning changes. And like Mandy said, with an eye towards these mixed-use centers and that zoning along multimodal routes, which is how we started out in the first place of trying to define the importance of those areas. And we'll further talk about that a little bit, that we're short on in our land use analysis for that middle housing component. And so this leans pretty heavily into making sure that we're meeting those targets for middle housing. And it's setting the stage for where that will be. We'll discuss further, like Jonathan said, the particulars of what those look like in these spaces to get kind of more into the detail of the zoning and such. But just wanted to kind of outline how this works in order, that this is important, this map, because it kind of, this is the groundwork that comes, and then we kind of build on this for the rest of our development regulations and zoning as we move forward.
All right.
Okay. So some of the key changes, just to further describe the land use categories, we're suggesting that we, instead of calling the previous light industry office park district that name, we're suggesting that we call it employment, which is kind of an all-encompassing, more flexible name and a little bit more modernizing as we think about the types of uses and redevelopment that could occur in that area. That's still the gray area. That's part of Cascade View. And then the previous freeway tourist area to the south, I don't know, Jonathan, if you can help kind of point these out, but that's
Yes.
that blue.
That's the blue here.
Yeah, we have changed that to a mixed use category. And I don't know, Christy, do you want to pause right there for a moment and just talk about the background of that area? It was originally envisioned for,
Sure.
yeah.
As I was saying the other day, to stop on I-5 and go get your bag of chips and Pepsi kind of a thing, that, you know, it was tourist, commercial, and thinking that a lot of the uses would be highway oriented. But the reality of that area is, you know, a big part of it now is Terrace Station, which was done under a development agreement. And really what we have there is mixed use, right? We have commercial, ground floor commercial with residential. And then we have some of that older commercial area that has been developed, right? The movie theater, the old Studio 6, Gene Juarez, and that type of thing, and kind of envisioned that area as such before light rail. And so we thought more appropriately, it's really turning out to be a type of mixed-use area that we can further define as we get into zoning, but really maybe that's more appropriate for those uses down there. And then we can talk about further how we structure what that looks like. You know, I definitely think there's going to be a desire from folks to do, you know, some mixed residential down there. I think as a community, we're going to want to keep a commercial aspect down there for sure. And so we can talk further about it, but just, is it really freeway tourist, or really is it more of a mixed-use zone? And we can further talk about what that looks like moving forward with some of the big box retailers moving out of there. And it's kind of time to talk about the future of that property, I think, a little bit more and what that looks like.
That area, it's, you know, it's, again, I was talking about walking distance the other meeting. You know, the far south, and it, you know, it's a healthy walk for some people to try and get to the light rail station there, but correct me if I'm wrong, Metro's rerouting one of their routes through that corridor, correct?
Yep,
Okay.
they have, yep.
good.
And,
That's
and we know that it's on the other providers' maps as well. So we're trying to coordinate. We had a conversation with Community Transit as well last week, just really upping our game on trying to coordinate along those lines, like we said, of trying to stay true to where we're placing land use adjacent to those multimodal corridors. And so, yeah, that's going to be, we're going to see a lot of that Metro and Community Transit and others using that corridor as main routes now because of the transit center.
I know, since we're kind of talking about the, you know, sort of a transitional use that's going on down in that area right now, you know, since the theater was built, it's always been a theater. It has changed what kind of theater it is. It was, when it was the Mountlake 9, it was a normal theater. Now it's more, you get carded when you try and go in because they serve alcohol. It's, you know, they're still open, they're still operating. Obviously, they're still making some sort of a profit on that, but it's not the go-to destination, at least for people who live in the city like it used to be. You know, there's bigger theaters, you know, in Linwood with bigger screens that are newer. So it's, but the theater is still there. But on the other side of that street, ever since CompUSA left, which was the original tenant in that larger building, every tenant since then has only lasted a couple of years. You know, it's been a lot of turnover, and you know, I got to admit, I've had the same questions like, how long will it be before maybe this gets redeveloped into something, you know, a completely different concept than what we're currently seeing. Same with the building that, you know, the post office is currently renting. You know, it's not even for our post office. It's for the one that got displaced in Shoreline. I'm sure at some point they will be leaving that area to go back to where they were or somewhere in Shoreline, because I know the Shoreline people want them back. So then that's another building there that's going to be empty. And I think, you know, maybe pie in the sky on my part, but that the light rail might be a catalyst for down there too. And, you know, the property owners and developers will take a look and says, wow, we got all this land so close to the station still that's just, you know, ripe for a redevelopment. Just kind of weird for me to say because I can remember when it was new.
Yeah, and I think we've already seen that. So that's kind of what we're talking about is let's get ahead of that a little bit in this update and figure out what that should look like as we move forward.
Is this the appropriate time to comment on that? Okay. So I think this blue zone here is, I don't know, I can't think of another place along light rail where you've got good freeway visibility between two exits and also really good proximity to light rail. Like I think it is a unique opportunity for some kind of regional something to happen there. And I think Terrace Station, by making their entire floor ground retail ground floor retail has like put itself in a really good position to capitalize on that. I don't know if that whole area has an identity of Terrace Station or if it's just the new portion, but I would think that in this zone, like, there's an opportunity to identify it as kind of almost a distinct sub-neighborhood that is a sort of, I don't think we use power centers anymore because it's evolved beyond that, but, you know, we do have whatever the next evolution of strip malls, but, you know, regionally focused, but also much better because they're mixed use. Like, I think there is some chance there. So I think, you know, it's a very prominent and very well situated place that I would like to see, you know, have some kind of cohesive identity that sort of takes advantage of its pretty good location there.
I would definitely agree with that. And so much more being that how you mentioned, you know, it's kind of its own little area unto itself, and given its proximity to the freeway and sort of its separation from, you know, of the rest of the city and, you know, that's adjacent to it. I'd even be comfortable, you know, exploring, you know, higher building heights there, more intense zoning, given the draw that it would have being sandwiched in between two exits, the light rail, the visibility. There, you know, there might be the demand that could justify, you know, increased density for not only housing, but then, you know, a demand for, you know, more of that freeway traffic commercial that might draw down there. You know, I think you're right. You know, it's the power, it was sort of a mini power center in the past, you know, especially with the larger tenant spaces, but clearly those aren't working anymore. And the other power centers that I can think of in Linwood, they're all struggling, you know, because all of their big box tenants have gone out of business or downsized or have left. So we're in sort of new territory here when it comes to that, but there's definitely a different type of potential there than what we see, you know, in other parts of the city when we talk about, you know, mixed use.
Yeah, but I think there is still some demand for some of that stuff. It's just the stuff in Linwood went obsolete. Like, there's the new Costco across from the new Home Depot. So I think they are still building some of these kind of things.
Yeah.
What that looks like for us, I don't know, but I do think whatever.
I was
they
thinking,
wanna
you know,
build,
more of the ones that are sort of one step down, like the Circuit Cities
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
linen and things and the Bed Baths and Beyond, you know, those that would take up big spaces, but they're all gone now. They don't, you know, they don't exist. And, you know, there's only so many companies that can fulfill that type of footprint. And the ones that are still around, are they going to be around in 5 years? You know, it's kind of, I mean, the retail market has completely changed, so.
Yeah, but my understanding of retail opportunity, like, this should be a very advantageous
Yeah.
site, given all the things coming together here and the visibility from multiple modes of ways of getting around. So,
Yeah, I think we just need to take a look at what that is now versus how that district was divided up zoning wise into multiple districts, and, you know, it just needs a fresh set of eyes. So we kind of set it as a mixed use area, knowing that we're going to need to talk about it further, but we do know that it's kind of transitioning away from what we previously thought several years ago into something that's newer, that provides opportunity down there. So
yeah, and I think thinking of it as a cohesive place that isn't unnecessarily subdivided makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to remember that is sort of the history of the land, and when that area in the far south end first got developed, the northern part of what we're kind of identifying now is still an elementary school that didn't connect. You know, over the decades, it's completely changed. You know, now we have a road that connects all the way through there. The elementary school is gone, and we already have mixed use. You know, if you had said 20, 25 years ago that that's what it would have been, no one would have said, oh, that's what it's going to be in the future. So it really was treated as, oh, this is right off of the freeway. It's only going to have freeway traffic because it's so isolated from the rest of the city in terms of trying to drive there. I mean, you have to go, the only entrance on there was on 244th. So it's completely changed now. So definitely worth relooking.
I have
Ready to move on? I just want to talk through some of these other categories if we're ready.
Oh, I had questions about the other categories, so yes.
Okay, all right, well, maybe I'll give a first try and then we can talk some more about those. Yeah, the idea would be kind of increasing in form and intensity of residential uses, starting with residential 1, which is that light yellow, today represented by single family lots, but with implementation of middle housing would be single family duplex potential across the city, and then residential 2, which is the next level of intensity, up to fourplex potential. And we had previously talked about these areas, so these have not really changed. Similar to what's shown in alternative 2, we're just doing a different color for those. And then residential 3, which is kind of a light, I don't know, beige color, it is located in a few areas. That's really envisioned as kind of traditional garden apartments in a way. And Christy, could you speak to that a little bit? What's the difference between residential 3 and residential 4, where we're, that's kind of that tangerine color where I think we're anticipating potential redevelopment of mostly residential multifamily buildings compared to the light beige.
We have temporarily lost Christy. Maybe Jonathan wants to take a crack at that.
Maybe I can
Okay.
speak to it. Yeah, so residential 4, as you can see, really what's shown here is based, oh, sorry, that's not it. Never mind.
3 is that, yeah, the light beige, yeah.
But essentially it's sort of like lower density multifamily housing, like probably up to 3 stories. Whereas residential 4 is this top part here, which would allow some more intense multifamily development, taller buildings.
I think we were still thinking up to 4, maybe 5 stories in those areas, but maybe Planning Commission could kind of weigh in on that in a minute. And then the last couple of categories here, just quickly to finish this out, we've got residential 4, which we talked about, which is that tangerine color, and then the residential mixed use, those are really your neighborhood center locations. That's that purple color where we're talking about 4 to 6 story mixed use, podium type construction. So not quite as high as in town center, but certainly that 4 to 6 story is a very common building type that we're seeing. We think it's really feasible and appealing in the market. And then there's opportunity there to have active ground floor use in those areas. We'll talk more about that in a moment. So I'm going to pause there. So maybe we can just talk about these categories, answer any questions, get some comments on these.
I know for me, the comments that I have are more specifically
Okay.
which specific parcels are zoned, what, and I know that on this sort of the slides, we have more detail on the sub areas themselves. So I'll sort of reserve those comments until we're actually talking about the specific areas.
Yeah.
So what's the salmon?
Salmon.
Oh,
So that is
that's that special development residential. Do you want to speak to that, Jonathan?
Yeah, so this is currently zoned special development residential, and right now that is what is the Taliswood apartment buildings. So essentially, it's just a simple that we want to maintain that as special development residential. And what that looks like in terms of zoning, we can look into that, but we want to.
Why is it special?
That's a good question. It was special because at the time that Taliswood was developed was kind of a conceptual, it had a lot of critical areas. It was developed around like a swimming pool community center type development, multiple apartment building type concept. So our thought is just to let it remain as such because there's been a lot of money put into Taliswood, I would say, in the last 4 or 5 years, in particularly to update those buildings and their community areas. And at such time as somebody wants to potentially redevelop that, then we could take a look at the zoning again. But I don't think it's going to redevelop anytime soon, probably not within the next 10 years, which is when you're going to do another major comp plan update. So our thought process is just to kind of let that be what it is until somebody wants to do something different in that particular area.
I'm just looking at sort of isn't the parcels that are on the west side of Cedar Way that are that color? Again, I'm colorblind, so I'll take your word for it. It's salmon. Isn't that, as part of that, the original development there, wasn't that area set aside and so it's more of a reserve and can't be developed anyway?
Yeah, there's some areas of Talliswood that can't be developed. You're exactly right. We have a lot of different critical areas, stream corridors, fish and wildlife habitat areas, landslide areas, yeah, hillside, that type of thing. So yeah, that's kind of was developed as a whole for that development. So that was probably the special of the special development district at the time.
Cool. Sounds complicated, so I see a rationale for it being a special zone. I think when we're talking about residential mixed use 4 to 6 story, are we talking about varying from a maximum 4 story to a maximum 6 story? Or are we talking about a minimum 4 story to a maximum 6 story?
I like the minimum maximum concept that we did in town center in these areas. And I mean, we can definitely talk about that, but that's what we talked about internally, is that we're going to have, for some of those higher density areas, a minimum and a maximum.
One of the things that I think is risky about that strategy is that it presupposes a particular type of development that has, we've actually seen it like remove retail that already exists. And I think setting a minimum is probably like, I don't know, we're trying to like grow these areas as central places. And I think if we start off by saying it has to be a minimum 4 story to maximum 6 story, I think that's going to both make it tougher to develop and also make it develop a little less organically. I would like to see more flexibility in some of these areas. So I would think that we wouldn't necessarily be setting a minimum height on the buildings. If it needs to be 3 stories or 2 stories to pencil out, like I would prefer, especially in some of these areas that don't necessarily exist all that much right now, to allow a little bit more flexibility. Because I think with the town center, like there's already the train station, like we kind of set a way that it would develop. But for some of the neighborhood centers, I think, if the market demands, 4 stories or 6 stories, I'll put it. But I think if it somehow demands less than 4 stories, I would be hesitant to put a minimum threshold on that.
So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go along for some concepts that we talked about, and we'll talk about them with you for commercial. But I would just say that in some of these areas where you want to see some commercial neighborhood centers occur, there's been a lot of pressure in the past of just developing these straight as residential. Mm-hmm. So I would say wait to see kind of, as we talk further along these kind of node areas, what you guys want to do for that commercial aspect, knowing that if you don't put some requirements in place for commercial, you have a high likelihood that it's going to go straight residential, because that's what people are wanting to develop right now. Mm-hmm. And then if you guys want to say, hey, we don't want to put a minimum in some of these areas, then that's, for you guys to definitely recommend what you want to. But initially, that's kind of what we're conceptually thinking. But we'll get into some of those areas just a little bit more so you can kind of see the whole picture.
Okay, and then I don't know if this is part of that, but I am seeing there are a couple of like little nodes of commercial activity that that have been completely rezoned residential. Is that the intention, or like the Sorelli's off of 44th looks like it's residential, and the Amorntai off of 56 looks like it's now residential? And I think that was town center before, and then I don't remember what the zoning designation on 44th was.
Oh, I do see that. That should be town center reserve still.
Okay, sorry about that, yeah.
Yeah, that shouldn't be there. And then
Okay,
Sorelli's,
It used to be business.
yeah, that's correct as well. That should be, there's a little,
Community business.
yeah, so we need to make it kind of that neighborhood business again. Yeah, that wasn't intended.
Okay.
okay.
Especially because I think the idea, I know for the Sorelli's area, is to be, hopefully in the future that expands a little bit, have more businesses there created.
And it makes sense right there too, just that small little area. So we'll put that back on the Sorelli's in that little area around there as well. We can kind of hone in on that area as well.
Okay, and I think just kind of as a general comment, like, we've sort of evolved this, and like, we've got residential on arterials that's more dense than the surroundings. And I don't know if, it's a little late, but, we kind of have this development. I don't know if like residential necessarily benefits on being on an arterial, other than like maybe it's a little closer to the bus stop, but what does benefit is commercial. So if we have some flexibility of like, small retail or something, like, I don't know if it should necessarily be prohibited if it's facing a retail or if it's facing an arterial. That might be a bit more of a nuance than we need to get into right now, but just kind of a general comment. Maybe that solves the Sorelli's and other things, like if you do allow some small retail or grandfathered in retail or have some flexibility without having to like turn all the parcels into some kind of, puzzle.
Or even like live work units or accessory commercial.
Yeah, like that would be, I think, a reasonable place for it.
Or just the corner store.
Yeah, like there are many corners in there.
Yeah,
I know, this is just sort of a land use map that, will kind of speak to the zoning that we work on further down the line, but is there, built into this a, sort of the idea that we've talked about, sort of, connecting different neighborhoods and, connecting different streets? If we have sort of more intense usage on arterials, so I'll use 44th just as a simple example, I'm not saying this is what was discussed, but, we've got a couple parcels deep now where it's not residential 1, it's residential 2. Do we want to encourage, or will we be requiring some sort of secondary access to the backside of that, like have the developers provide, an alley or, a new road, so there is a little bit of not only separation between, the existing 60-plus-year-old housing stock that's more single-family versus the more intense, dense housing stock, but also provides access off onto those parcels that aren't on necessarily on the existing streets or on the arterial?
Yeah, that would be more for like a development regulation requirement that we could talk about when we get to the zoning and development regulations, but
Okay.
so noted, yeah.
What also might feed into that too is, since we are obviously dealing with a right-of-way with issue, especially like on 44th, to have, our extra wide sidewalks and our buffered bike lanes, it may end up being that we have to, rather than have it all on the same street, we might have to be looking to, one block off, we provide that. And so unfortunately, that's sort of piecemeal and depends on the rate of development for it to actually connect. But that might also be something that we should look at. It's like, hey, not only do we want you to have an access road, but we also want to make sure it has a sidewalk or has a bike lane, or something like that. So we're sort of future planning, the type of infrastructure that we're going to want to see there.
I don't have a response to your comment, but I do have one other thought that's been bugging me, is that I feel like, is that fourplexes that we've got like a couple blocks from the transit center?
To the west here?
Yeah, to the west and also to the southeast.
Yes, up to fourplexes.
All right. I feel like we're underzoning that area, like given its proximity. Is this maximizing the sewer capacity?
Well, I don't know that we know that for sure. We just know that the more unit potential we add, the more we're, stressing the system, and we have to plan for that over the next 20 years. But trying to remember why we held to the fourplex in those areas rather than going to, say, like residential 3 or 4.
I think it's because for our income bands, we're meeting our targets except everywhere for the middle housing.
That's right.
So there's 2 issues there. Middle housing, we need to provide for. So if we remove it from there, we've got to put it someplace else. And then the other thing that we're going to be dealing with is within a half-mile radius of the light rail station, we will not be able to require parking. And so that's also an issue too of providing densities in those particular areas without any parking requirements as well. So just kind of how do you kind of thread the needle, particularly if we're going west of I-5, we have a lot of those kind of neighborhood streets that don't really have the capacity to put on-street parking in. And so if you can't require parking on site and you don't really have it, if you don't have the ability to provide a lot of parking on the street, then, there's some issues with density. So just something to think about. But that's why you're seeing some of that middle housing, is because we're required to do that. And where do we put that?
And this is a direct correlation to the alternative 2 map, which showed those residential fourplexes proposed land uses.
Can you just clarify, when we're talking about sort of the south of the town center, where the floorplexes are? Again, apologies, got to remember color blindness and looking at a very small screen here.
Yeah, so can you see my cursor? That's this area.
Okay, that area, okay.
And then here along 66th Avenue.
Gotcha. Okay, I know because, so the area you circled in the south part of the town center, the area directly north of that during the town center update, so move your cursor further down. Further down.
Purple, the purple.
Oh, here,
red,
sorry.
Yeah,
yellow.
right there, right in that area.
Yeah.
When I say I specifically had asked, to kind of create a reserve area, because the concern at the time is that it would be overbuilt or overzoned if we made that area, kind of the 4 to 6, not necessarily mixed, but, higher density residential that we're seeing in the rest of the town center. But my concern is that given the proximity to the light rail station and the fact that that demand is going to be there at some point, if we had zoned that to allow like just townhomes, that's what we're going to get, and we're going to get stuck with that when really that land should be zoned for a more intense purpose. I cannot tell if that is still sort of in reserve or if that is now being zoned for something that's less dense, less intense use.
It's the light purple, which is.
Yeah, so that is the 4 to 6 story mixed use, the residential mixed use.
So in the town center, that used to be that transitional zone, which was for townhomes only, and you're correct, Chair Batista. we downzoned that and put that back into just single family because the concern was we're going to go from those high densities along 236 and all of a sudden adjacent townhomes are going to be developed there. So right now, what we have is kind of a stepped approach, which is 4 to 6 in that area that used to be townhome, and then go down, graduate down in density, kind of below that until we get to those areas adjacent to 244th, which are zoned a little bit higher. I would also say some of the concern about that development south is that access is not particularly great. We don't really have a gridded street pattern in there. You can tell that that was really developed for kind of single family neighborhood right there. So there are some, I guess, a little bit bigger issues of upzoning that whole area particularly, and then that also that question of, so if you upzone that whole area, then we run into downzoning some other areas, but providing for that middle housing somewhere else. And so where does that go? So we can move things around, but we just have to make sure that we're kind of juggling the puzzle pieces. So if you guys don't think that, say for instance, you think that should all be upzoned, then where do we take some of the other upzoning away? And then where do we move that middle housing to another area of the city? So that's some of the things that we need to account for.
I might just weigh in with a point as well, and that is that as the city further explores the middle housing zoning next year, you know, there's more flexibility to allow other building types than fourplexes.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's just kind of saying 4 units per lot. But if the city looks at different density options for middle housing, you know, you could maybe 2 lots coming together, that's an 8plex, or there's, you know, the ability to have stacked flats up to 3 stories or something like that. So there's a lot of different middle housing types that are recognized as middle housing that perhaps could be allowed in these areas that right now we're calling it residential 2. So that could be further explored. But again, kind of threading the needle because we have to be careful about how much parking can we require in those areas, and will we be restricted from having parking, as Christy mentioned. So that could be further explored with zoning, I think.
Has that been studied with this map? Do we have like a thing that was analyzed that says the parking was, you know, is okay at fourplexes, but it was broken when we added another story on?
You know, that level of detail I don't believe has been studied, and it's not required to be studied by the state, believe it or not. So
We don't have the ring on this map. We do have the rings when we were putting these maps together, and I'm sorry it's not on there, that showed.
It should be in your packets, the draft proposed land use maps.
That show that half mile of where we can't require parking radius.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
So just to give you an idea, it kind of splits that area.
Okay, so there's already some areas where we can't even require parking. So
Coming up, yep. Anything that's developed in that middle housing within a half-mile proximity to light rail, we cannot require parking for the middle housing types. We could still require parking for the higher density development in town center and such, but if you're doing middle housing within that half-mile proximity to light rail, you can't require parking under the new state legislation.
So in a way, you would actually be able to manage parking better if you did something other than middle housing?
Correct, but once again, we have to, we're short middle housing, so we can upzone that, but then you've got to move, then you got to downzone somewhere else that you have higher densities, And then you got to account for that middle housing somewhere else because we are short that middle housing. So that's the trick, right? Because then we have to tie it back into capacity for water and sewer.
So,
So, I mean, it's an alternative, and that's why we're here tonight to discuss what that could look like.
is residential 3 middle housing?
Yes, so that's the 3 to 4 story middle housing. And so like Manny was saying, there's other typologies of middle housing that could be considered. So that's like the 6-plex, 8-plex, stack flats, courtyard apartments.
My sense is that we'd, just throwing it out there, I feel like it needs more discussion, so this isn't a final proposal. But near the transit center, I think it makes more sense like to add another story and give them the flexibility of whether they want to do middle housing or something that is maybe a bit more large and structured. If we have to take away density for that, I think some of the areas on 220th they either kind of don't exist, or like I would question the rationale of making them requiring a lot more intensity there. And so maybe we could take the development capacity from there and move it down into the town center, where then we're capitalizing on the train station and the investment that we already have, while giving us potential future flexibility for if we build a 220th station, then we have more capacity for various things, and then the upzones can happen at that time up there. I think we should still think of those areas, but I don't know if they need to be their current size or level of intensity.
So I think, sorry, are you talking about this area here?
Yeah, so the 220th and 56th, that zone also, and maybe this is a topic for when we talk about these individual zones, I think maybe it makes sense to have it on 220th, but then I don't know if we necessarily should require the church to rebuild itself as 5/1s, and then the cul-de-sac down there is kind of maybe that's more of a middle housing thing. And then the Lakeview Apartments and the other parcels that aren't directly on 220th, I think the rationale for making that mixed use is a little less strong than things that are directly on 220th.
Okay. Yeah, I think we aligned this based on some previous discussion with Planning Commission on the sub-area planning efforts. So this was one of the neighborhood corridors that were identified.
Yeah, I think we could make those smaller if we needed to move some capacity down to the transit center, especially because I think if we build another station there, we'll be having these conversations again.
So we're looking for direction tonight from Planning Commission on if that's something that you want to see for an alternative on September 9th to propose maybe moving that purple up there on 220th down south of town center, increasing the density down in that area and moving middle housing allocations up in its place, essentially.
Yeah, not all of it. I think we should still plant the seed for those neighborhoods in the future. But I think that, if we're talking about developing our current train station now to the capacity that it needs versus a future train station that then we'll have another opportunity to look at, I think that's the most obvious place to pull from.
So when we're doing our land capacity analysis, we know we have a surplus of that, multifamily housing development zoning. We have a deficit of that medium density, so that's middle housing based on existing zoning. I think it's 924 units that we are in deficit of that we need a plan for. So I think as much as possible, we need to sort of ensure that we are maintaining that residential 2 and residential 3 zoning. Because I don't know, if we start to upzone some areas, we might bring us back into a deficit.
So I think what he's saying is move this down here in that middle zoning up there along the 220th.
Oh, so we're
corridor.
just trading?
Or
Okay.
just kind of trading
Yeah,
spaces,
like-
if that's the direction of the rest of
Right.
planning commission.
So my understanding is residential 3 also includes allowances for middle housing. Do we model it that way?
Yes.
So I think if we still need capacity for middle housing, we make the areas within half a mile of the train station and maybe some extra fill-in areas. It makes sense for us, the residential 3, which allows for middle housing or something larger. Residential 3 or, maybe residential 2, but I think the areas that are currently zoned purple up on 220th are probably closest to residential 3. Like that kind of makes sense. So that we get like sort of the seat, like, because that neighborhood like is kind of emerging, but like, it doesn't really exist in the way that I think we're imagining it. Like we kind of get the seed of something up there. And then in the future, when hopefully we build a 220th station, then that whole area has some capacity for looking at something a bit more intense.
I think, sort of backtracking a little bit here, because we were just talking about it. When we were doing the town center update, one of the things that I brought up, was connectivity. And, since we were sort of just talking about it, like, as the hypothetical, off of 44th, I would definitely want to see that. The assumption is that the street grid will need to change down there south of the town center area anyway to create better connectivity. That being said, I think that the area that sort of we, had sort of set aside in reserve in the past, that should be the maximum amount that we can put in there, given its proximity to the light rail station. I personally am comfortable, if we have to move sort of some capacity around, I could see seeing, areas that are currently a 2, if we make that a 3 to compensate because it's still considered middle housing, that might be one option. I'm not so much concerned, now this is just me personally, I'm not so much concerned if we increase that capacity number of the mixed use or high density. I know we're kind of, you said we're kind of overserved of that, we're kind of underserved in the other numbers. I don't have a problem with us being, being more overserved in that number, especially when it comes to the proximity to the town center. I think there still is the capacity to sort of balance it out. If you say, okay, if you eliminate this sort of residential 2 here and you make it upzone, we got to account for the residential 2 somewhere else. Can we make a residential 2 in another part of the city residential 3, and that would still count for those units? We're not losing those units, we're just sort of moving them to an area that was a 2, we're calling it a 3 now. You put a couple of more units, but it's still considered middle housing. Or can we also, when we're looking, if you're worried about capacity, we've kind of run, like, I'll use 44th as an example, again, small map here, so I'm squinting a little bit. Looks like on the north and south, or the east and west side of 44th, we kind of have it now at residential 2 going up the whole stretch there. If capacity is an issue, and so we're adding more in the town center, can we, and I'm just using the 44th as an example, can we take away some of that residential 2 that's off of 44th, but be more strategic? So the parts that are furthest away from, sort of these activity nodes that we're talking about, if you're further away from the, the Albert, or sorry, Safeway now, the Safeway complex, or if you're further away from the Sorelli's area, further, the furthest away from the QFC area, we could maybe make that 1 again, and then move the 2 into and make what's left as a 2, make it a 3. I don't know. It's kind of hard to sort of make these moves and suggestions, sort of in a in a one-night scenario where we, normally this, we would be hashing over almost parcel by parcel a lot of times and given a lot of time to think about it. Now, granted, we have looked at this in the past in sort of an overarching view of a capacity map, but it's kind of hard tonight because, we basically have tonight to sort of look at this granular detail. So I'm sure I have more to say, but I've seen Commissioner Harrison's hand risen for a while. I don't want to ignore him. So Commissioner Harrison, let you go.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Chair Batista. I just wanted to just throw my hat in. So I don't want to wag my own tail too much because I actually live in that neighborhood, that's that East Gateway neighborhood. But just as we are talking about moving that from 2 to 3, just something to consider. It is a neighborhood with lots of older citizens. Parking is already an issue. I mean, I can speak for myself to say I've had people who don't live anywhere near just drop their cars off in front of my house. It's a concern. Many other residents have spoken with it. We have residents in that area who are on other commissions who are sort of worried about what's going to happen once once the town center gets a little bit more developed. So speaking on, I mean, just to speak my perspective, I kind of would say it the way it is pretty adequate. But again, that's me. I'm biased in that sense, and I am speaking. I mean, if I don't want to put too much weight behind my own comments there because again, I live in that area, so I'm very biased. But as a person who does live there, I can definitely say there is already concern. It's one of the more diverse neighborhoods in the community. It's got lots of older residents. The housing is much, much older than a lot of the rest of the parts of the city. So it's a lot more, it was one of the more affordable areas where you can buy a single family home for, up until, fairly recently. So, a lot of the community members, I guess it might be good to get community input, but again, I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone because I clearly am biased. So yeah, thanks.
And Commissioner Harrison, just to clarify, are we talking about the orangish area that's south of the town center? Yeah, right where the cursor
Correct.
is?
Yes, that area, north, I'm sorry, just west of the Van Rysen up the hill.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, that is the oldest part of the city. That is the original development that the city started with. So it is the oldest housing stock in the city. And a lot of housing stock around the city has, redeveloped over time. This area has not. It's definitely, given its proximity, the fact that it hasn't, you haven't seen piecemeal redevelopment or aggregation yet is quite surprising that it's sort of held out as long as it has. But like you said, given the age of the housing there, a lot of that housing down there is sort of hitting its useful life cycle. So
Yeah.
probably within the next decade or so, there'll definitely be some kind of movement. What kind of movement, that remains to be seen. Is it just, one-for-one replacement or something more intense? But given the age and the building style that was used down there, it's definitely it's surprising it hasn't already happened.
And one of the weird things about the way that the requirements are set up is that a residential 2 actually gives you less capacity to require parking and to manage the parking a bit more than going to residential 3 or residential 4 is something that is beyond missing middle. Since in missing middle, we don't have the ability to require parking, but we do with the higher level of density. Just kind of a weird quirk of that,
Yeah, for residential 1, 2, and 3 within those areas, we couldn't require parking. So you would need to go to residential 4 within that half-mile radius. So you'd have to upzone it fairly significantly.
But if we did allow more than 4 units on a lot, that's when we can start requiring parking?
Are you talking, sorry, for middle housing, off-street parking requirements are still a thing. It goes by the lot size. So I believe if you're more than 6,000 square foot in lot size, then you're required to provide for 2 off-street parking. If it's a lot that's less than 6,000, then we can only require 1 off-street parking.
Right.
If it's a half-mile radius of a transit center, there's no parking requirement.
Right. So in this kind of edge case here, what kind of development would then require parking? If we had 6 units per lot, if we had 7 units per lot, if we, like, what is that dividing line between?
It would really be the difference between R3 and R4. R4 kicks you up into a form height that's above middle housing. Middle housing is typically like 3 levels.
Yes, it's 36, like 3-story. But the density can be more than like 4 units. Yeah.
8 plexes, stacked flats,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It could be fairly significant. But yeah, so you're kind of going from, if you wanted to require parking within that half-mile radius, you would need to do residential 4 or above.
Interesting.
I'd like to request, so we got about 10 more slides, so I think it'll be good if we go quadrant by quadrant and really get deeper into like the specifics of what those specific areas could look like.
That might be helpful since I think the other slides have bigger blown up versions of the areas.
They do.
They do. It's too funny. A couple times I try to move the slide you're presenting. I don't know why I kept doing it.
So Mandy,
let's move on then.
Yeah, okay.
To the next slide.
Oh, I think it fell asleep. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go. This, I think, is
Okay.
just comparing the
Yeah.
existing land use map with the proposed land use map. Comparing alternative 2 with the proposed land use map. And here we go.
So this is just pointing out some of the specific changes that are made in each quadrant. So compared to what was in alternative 2, that's kind of our baseline, alternative 2. So we pulled back to residential 2 in that area with a closer look at kind of what it was zoned before and the single family lot sizes there.
It's cut off, but I believe that's 220th Street.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, knowing at what Christy mentioned earlier, that there is just this need for more middle housing stock versus the 4 to 6 story, which is the purple. Maybe we'll go through all these and then we can come back and talk about the quadrants. What do you guys think?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
One quick notable thing here is that we are maintaining that manufactured home park land use and zoning. So that's this sort of burgundy color here.
Yeah,
And then there's
I got
also
plenty
one
of
to
comments
the
for that
south,
quadrant.
too.
So
Yeah.
when we come back, I'll say
Yeah.
something.
It's an anti-displacement strategy as well, so we can talk about it, but yeah. Okay, now we're in the northwest quadrant and made a change here because this is, as I recall, this is the Sound Transit
Yes.
area, right? Christy, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've heard loud and clear is your desire to maintain this as a provisional station for light rail. Currently, it's zoned general commercial, which means if somebody came forth and proposed something commercial right there, they could. So we're proposing to change that to public facilities and services in that particular parcel of property to maintain it for potential future light rail stations. So that zoning is proposed to be changed to do such on number 1.
Yeah, and then number 2 again is dropping back down to residential 2 versus just having too much of the podium scale 4 to 6 story in these areas. So I will say regarding the comment earlier about the church site, whatever direction we decide to go there, the church wouldn't be required to redevelop. That would be, of course, property owners' decision making, whatever they want to do in the future. And so they would have the option to go with the greater density, whatever that might be, whatever we decide. But what we are seeing as a trend is that some of these larger church properties are more likely to redevelop. Sometimes they're consolidating their congregations or they're changing their service areas, and those properties tend to come on the market more than you would think. So it's just something to think about.
And this church in particular did reach out to the city with interest in future plans for affordable housing development. So that's something that we should consider here.
So two quick comments. One, when we talk about, we kind of look at these parcels, especially the larger parcels, and I kind of envision it's like definitely, the street adjacent portion of the parcels, maybe in a redevelopment. I envision, maybe, the higher, denser, but, when they're so deep or they go the whole block, in that middle area, it might be different. Or there might be like a transition, like when we talk about the Talus Wood, it's a huge area where we would probably want to see any kind of redevelopment would be on Cedar Way first, or 236 or whatever they call their little road that doesn't connect to the city to the east of us. We probably want the more intense development, adjacent to those streets first, and then slowly over time, it infill in, and it's kind of hard to depict that on the map when we're just looking at the parcel as it exists. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if there's a way we can visually ID that, because, we don't know if it'll ever transition or not, but I'm assuming that when it does transition, it's not going to be all at once. If it is, great, but most likely it would be some sort of phased redevelopment.
Yeah, that could be discussed during a development agreement process. I would hesitate to do split zoning on, properties of single ownership, but I think you could do a phasing plan as part of a development agreement, work that through.
And then the other quick comment with the St. Pius property, I know in the past, their vacant lot to the south, they used to use that as for those around who were around, when they used to do the Fantasy Fest, that was sort of their overfull parking. They would, back in the day, kids would practice there for soccer during soccer season. It was a horrible field. But, that was kind of the area that they ID'd, and maybe they would be interested, but I'd really be surprised if they would be redeveloping, a big chunk of the north part of their parcel, because that's their parking for their church. And I know church is, church attendance is down historically across the board, all denominations, especially in this region. But churches are like malls. They want to plan for Christmas. In, the peak, malls want the parking lot to handle Christmas Eve shopping, that peak period. Churches are the same way. They want that parking available for their peak, Easter, Christmas.
Easter and Christmas.
Whatever other religious holiday is actually going to bring out all the people who maybe only go once or twice a year. They're going to want that capacity. So I'd be really surprised if they would want to give up their lot. Because when you look at that, a lot of that parcel is lot in school and church. There isn't a lot of undeveloped or developable land that's just sort of sitting there as grass. They've created some over the years. The north end used to be a big hill, wooded hill. They flattened that out a long time ago, so that's potentially a spot. And then, of course, in the south, but a lot of that area is parking lot that they're probably not going to want to get rid of. Just throwing that out there.
Jonathan, when they came in, did they express any particular schemes for redevelopment or just the desire to have?
I believe
more
they had
intensive
architectural
zoning?
renderings, and it was the north side actually of this lot.
Interesting.
Because there's a pretty open vacant.
Oh, it's that narrow one that's like behind the school.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
so
used to be a house
I've
there,
also
but
seen
now
it
it's
to
not.
the south, the property to the south. I think the church has kind of explored some different alternatives.
they have over,
Three-story kind of affordable housing that would be associated with the church.
yeah, about 15 years ago, they had started to propose that, and the Father Fox at the time, he was still alive and running it, and he wanted to get federal funding to fund his retirement home, but restrict it to congregants only, which somebody had to educate him on how that's not allowed. So that kind of died. But in the meantime, the sisters used to live on site there in the north west quadrant. They haven't been there for a long time, so I could see them, redeveloping that building or repurposing that building, plus, other lots. But so, long story short, they've been talking in circles about doing something there for decades. But as this trend is going now, a lot of different churches are looking at repurposing some of their land. So they've been yakking about it forever. Sounds like they might be actually getting serious again. But if they are, I think it is important to then maintain as dense a zoning as we are comfortable with there, because you only get kind of one shot at this kind of redevelopment. So it's
I think that's why we're showing it as a part of the neighborhood center, because it's also, a larger property like that has a lot more potential to get creative and maybe have a little village square or something that's part of the redevelopment. So I think that was part of our thinking and part of earlier discussions. So I just didn't want to totally reverse from that thinking
Right.
as we go along.
And
Yeah.
I will throw it out there, not that anybody wants to see this, but the Archdiocese is consolidating parishes as well. And
Yeah,
it's
they already
possible
have.
that this one would be on the chopping block. They already are merging parishes where they're, whereas each parish would have a priest, now the priest has to split between multiple parishes, like they have to do in rural areas where you got one priest for like a 90 square mile area. Here, obviously, historically attendance has been fine where, they could have one priest per congregation, but now that's changing. The Archdiocese is shuttering churches. And while this is one of the original churches in the city, and it has been there since the late 40s, early 50s, it is possible that there might be a day soon where the Archdiocese completely pulls the plug. And in that case, this is a huge lot with huge potential. Not that I'm trying to advocate the church going
Right.
away. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
be
there's not
realistic
enough
what the
trees,
current
and so
situation
they've
is.
already, we're already combined with Elizabeth and Seton up towards Edmonds or somewhere. I don't know where it is. So yeah,
So my understanding is that other churches are consolidating into this church. Last I heard, like when they redid their dioceses. So I like to think this church has a future here. I think that that's promising. What I'm hearing is there's also the, if we look at this specific block, like this might be one of the ones, because of the weird shape of the block and because of like the weird like cul-de-sac that's kind of in there and some of the other little parcels that I think maybe are tougher to redevelop as like a 4 to 6 story mandatory minimum development. I think this might be a potential area for like a special category of town center, because I think also, or like neighborhood center, because I think, if we're talking about a oddly shaped parcel like the Catholic Church and their development plans, it sounds like there's also, it might be a different category of like development as well. And I think there is also a concern, that if the Catholic Church is the first thing to redevelop, We want to make sure that the development on that site is cohesive with creating like a development that also works to create a neighborhood center, rather than just sticking a bunch of apartments on the site. So I think this is like, I don't know how we regulate that. My sense is that I'd be interested to hear, kind of what your thoughts are on that. Because when I see the 4 to 6 story sort of minimum, like four-story minimum, 6-story maximum development, it almost sounds like we're putting too many restrictions on this. But I think what this wants to be is a little bit more collaborative and flexible. So I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, a few things I might respond to with that is that, the market really is aligning more with 5 and 6 story podium construction. 4-story is really challenging for a lot of reasons, financially, but also you can't get structured parking or tuck under parking very well with 4 stories. You really need to go to 5 to get that. So you end up having a lot of land dedicated to surface parking to be able to park it. And that kind of puts the 4-story out the window. And then we're just not, in the marketplace, we're just not seeing the 1 to 2 story commercial need, if for these properties to really turn over and redevelop, if you give them the opportunity to go to 6 stories, then that's where we want to talk a little bit about making sure that we require commercial and active ground floor use in the bases of these redevelopments in the neighborhood centers, so that we have the opportunities to put back commercial uses and neighborhood services that are really important to each neighborhood. So
right, but
I think the flexibility that you're looking for can really be achieved through development agreement procedures. And I don't know, Christy, if that's something we could consider for the neighborhood centers.
Yeah, I mean, you can propose a development agreement basically, in, any of these areas. I think we need to get through these areas and then talk about those neighborhood centers and how much commercial we're requiring and what that looks like. And then the Planning Commission can tell us where they want to modify this map.
Okay.
All right. But I just do want to say, I think the minimum for a story, like it sounds like it kind of takes care of itself. So my concern is that some of the smaller parcels might wind up being undevelopable at some point, just because of weirdness.
Well, Commissioner, what we're seeing happen in Shoreline, where there were a lot of these small parcels around light rail stations or, in areas that are redeveloping, is developers are coming in and they're purchasing aggregated lot patterns. So, and even groups of property owners are getting together saying, oh, do you all want to sell your property on the north side of the cul-de-sac or what, and making those available in packages to developers. So, those kinds of deals take longer to implement, but we're seeing that happen. And I would envision that would happen over time here as well.
Right. I think, when I look at places that have been developing for a while, like Ballard, like I see that aggregation does happen, but it's not like 100%. So you wind up with these weird little slices of lots. So I just think it'd be better to have, I think not requiring a minimum gives you more flexibility. But it sounds like the market will provide, it will build to what it needs to, so.
Should we move to the next one?
I think we have to be, we have to be kind of careful about dipping into that middle housing zone and make it a clearly distinctive. This is not middle housing. This is more intensive than middle housing just because of that parking issue. So we can work on that.
Okay.
All right, we should go on to the next quadrant. I take Christie's direction here. So we really only made, in the southeast quadrant, we really only made color changes just to, kind of clarify what was proposed from the alternative two. And that really came to the Talus Wood area being retained as a different color to clearly show that that's a special area, as we've already discussed tonight.
Yeah. So this
Maybe
is
go to the
residential 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
residential
Sorry,
4.
Jonathan. Yeah.
Sorry, residential 3 and special development residential.
Yeah. Yeah, we changed the residential 3 color just to help it stand out a little bit more. That may not be the final color, but that's what we're working on. There's a couple of areas where we felt that the depth of the zoning shown, or excuse me, land use designation, we're not talking about zoning, land use designation, could benefit from a little bit more depth for developability along these corridors. So number 1, we just changed it to two lots deep. And number 2, similarly, just looked at 2 lots deep along the corridor.
Yeah.
You really wouldn't, even though you would want to see more intensive use, you wouldn't really, in effect, be incentivizing that with just a single lot. It'd be difficult to develop that because it's just so skinny, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
So so my understanding with the first round of the town center planning was for some of these, what we call the reserve now, in town center, it was more that people wanted to be asked to be included. And then when we went through the update in 19, we didn't really want to downzone some of these particular areas, but we're looking at these areas now and the trouble that people have had developing some of these properties, which are just a single parcel. So we've got, you've seen it where we've got some little strip townhomes, but if we extended that zoning to be 2 lots, we would see better development on those pieces of property. So in those cases where we have just that existing single strip of property, to widen that into at least 2 parcels. And so it just gives some better development alternatives than kind of that single layer. So that's what we did in this area. A little bit more. We did it previously on the east side of 56, but we noticed that we hadn't done it on a few of these parcels. So that's what you see here.
That actually gets us closer to sort of the original intention of the previous town center plan,
Right.
not the current one. And much to my chagrin, they, that kind of got wiped out for a bit, but it's clear with the development and the potential with the town center and Gateway that it makes sense to have this be able to be sort of more upzoned, because you're going to get more dense residential and probably more commercial interest there.
Right. And just better development, we think overall, so.
Do you think 2 lots is enough, or would maybe here it'd be prudent to have it be at 3 to get that more substantial development there?
Yeah, that's definitely an alternative that you guys can consider, I guess. So that's a consideration. And then whatever you do to this south portion, which I think is one of the main things you got to consider tonight, is some of that area down south of town center. So, that's a possibility.
I think 3 lots would provide more flexibility, to developers who might be looking to buy multiple pieces of property. Certainly something to think about, but at the same time, we want to, kind of be mindful of not going too far with it.
The neighborhood, yeah.
Especially when they have that more flexibility and it's more of an opportunity for the development. To me, that also reads as an opportunity then to, as part of that development agreement, to help better improve the street grid down there as well.
Well, we can't force a development agreement. A development agreement is more, I mean, we only have had one development agreement, and that is for Terrace Station. And so a development agreement usually happens with bigger developments, and it's kind of a give and take process that goes through city council for adoption. So for a typical development such as this, we wouldn't have a development agreement. We would just have development standards that were in the code. So somebody could still come in and just develop one lot, or they could still develop two lots. There's no requirement that we, right now that we would say, oh, you have to develop 3 lots. So, it's a give and take, like, Mandy said. You just kind of have to weigh that. Definitely, one parcel deep is not great. You just are so limited with what you can do with that you know what you're going to get. At least 2 parcels. 2 parcels, you have something to work with. 1 parcel, not so much when you're redeveloping.
Yeah, I mean, to me, 3 lots deep definitely gives you more potential to have some sort of potential for commercial activity that's facing 56.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, should we go on to I think the last thing that we have is just an example, and we would like to have some more discussion around this. For these purple neighborhood center areas, active ground floor use would be allowed throughout the purple land use area. And again, this is something that would be defined more in zoning, but we're setting the stage with land use. But we might define some areas where it would absolutely be required. So we're showing an example here of how we would require ground floor active use around, a certain distance from the street corners. It could still be provided throughout the development along the street frontages, but it would be required in these areas to just make sure that we have a certain amount of commercial neighborhood services coming back into these neighborhood center areas.
I think it's good to have. I mean, right now, as it stands, all the lots that actually have buildings on them all have ground floor uses. Little history there, 3 of those 4 lots on that corner at one time are or were gas stations. So the fact that we still have 1 gas station there right now, probably not going anywhere since there's so few left in the city. The old Handy Mart site, that was ground floor. It's just an empty lot right now. But then we've got, the Subway and then the sort of professional center. I know there's a dentist's office there and a birthing group and there's a couple other businesses there too. I don't know. There's a lot of going on that reader board, but yeah, I mean, there's all ground floor there right now. And I definitely would assume that any kind of redevelopment that would occur we would want to require that.
Yeah, so I think what we're looking for, so I would say for the old Handy Mart site and those other properties, we've had a lot of people approach the city to redevelop. They have typically wanted to redevelop that without commercial. And we see a lot of that, of where people want to do straight residential for lending purposes and other things. It's easy right now. It's easier.
Yeah.
But if we're kind of sticking to our wanting active ground floor spaces, neighborhood nodes for commercial services, etc., then I would say there needs to be some type of requirement in some of these areas to provide that, much like town centers, in certain parts of town centers required. In other portions, you can do it or not do it. But I would say if you don't require some level of commercial and you could choose not to do that, you're probably not going to see these neighborhood nodes with active services and that type of thing happen. because the likelihood is it will be developed as straight residential. So just something to consider. So we put this as an example. What does that look like that the Planning Commission would like to do? Is it a certain distance? Is it a square footage requirement? You know, something to think about of what would that look like for a requirement to require some ground floor active space in some of these major intersections where we have these kind of neighborhood centers.
I know for me, it's a little tough, because when you look at obviously, the outlines are of the existing parcels. But I kind of, again, I'm thinking sort of in terms of redevelopment. I would like to see ground floor, active ground floor on the full frontage, you know, of the parcel, going down, because I know the renderings in the past of previous proposals for the Handy Mart and the adjacent site, you know, were larger buildings. So for me, I would like to see, you know, some sort of ground floor activation along the entire frontage there that's facing, you know, in this case on 44th, and maybe on 228. That doesn't necessarily have to be the frontage, the full frontage, but you know, the deeper you go, the more businesses, the more activity that you're going to have. To me, again, other commissioners may not feel differently. I'm just curious about, you know, we have the large parcel. I'm looking at the southwest corner here. You know, we have a large parcel. We've got the Handy Mart that's gone, and then there is sort of that older apartment complex that would have been proposed to be, you know, sort of redeveloped as well. But then directly south of that, before the street, you know, there's a couple of individual parcels, and I'm wondering if it wouldn't make sense to include those parcels in the new zoning. And, you know, it's just one of those cases, you know, if they don't want to sell and they don't want to redevelop, that's fine, they don't have to. But if they do, then it's part of that zoning and allows for, you know, more substantial development that could take advantage of both access off of 228th and I'm not sure if that's 229th or 230th, but the next road directly south there.
Can we capture exactly where that is? I got a little bit lost on the geography. Did you get that, Jonathan? Okay, that whole area.
Well,
Yeah.
are you talking about this, Chair Batista?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah. So I guess the question is this by parcel or is this by, like you've highlighted 4 parcels here. I think, you know, we've zoomed in on this site, and if we look at the Cedar Plaza development, like I would think we would want, you know, my understanding of the purple is not totally clear at this point. I think we have, you know, 4 to 6 story minimum retail somewhere. Is that correct? Like, what are we imagining these as?
Yeah, so the
when it
4
turns
to
into
6
buildings?
story would typically be residential floors over an active ground floor level. And that active ground floor level, we would hope would be commercial, but it could be like yoga studio, could be barber shop, you know, various neighborhood types of commercial uses.
Right, but in this,
Restaurants, coffee shop, of course, those kinds of things.
right, but we're not requiring it in every purple parcel?
No, so I mean, that's a
It's allowed, but
discussion.
it's not necessarily required is part of our proposal.
So we're asking, where should we require it? This is
Yeah.
totally an example. Is it you know, is it along the frontage of these intersections here where we have the neighborhood centers? I kind of like that idea. Actually, this was just a starting point for discussion of how should that really look along the lines of what we think we've been hearing the Planning Commission say, and you guys can correct us if we're wrong, but hey, we want these neighborhood centers to have goods and services in my neighborhood. And what we see is if there's not some type of requirement, then you're never going to get those goods and services. What you're going to get is more housing without any goods and services.
And there's that inherent conflict. I think this is not a question we can solve tonight, because I think, looking at this, looking at the 220th Street parcel with the Catholic Church, it has that funny shape. Like, I think there's a lot of potential ways that you could probably satisfy that requirement. Like, you could put the shops directly on the street corners, but in this case, looking at the individual parcels, I think the QFC site, if that were to develop, I think they could also meet that requirement by not necessarily putting street front like retails on the arterial, but do something like they're doing to that development north of the Linwood Transit Center, where they actually would like an internal park and then put their retail around that, and then the apartments go to the outside. So I think there's a lot of ways this could be met. And I think each of these neighborhood centers might be unique enough that they have multiple possible options, and maybe you could trade one for the other. Like, maybe it's a palette of options. I'm not totally sure. Like, I think requiring...
Adam, you're trying to get us in a lawsuit here right now. No, I would say we don't have to solve it tonight. Yeah. I think we would just have to have some type of general direction. So we don't even need to put it on the map. I think more importantly, we need to pick generally where colors are. That doesn't mean they can't change on September 9th, but give us some general direction. And then I think also general direction of, yes, we think there should be some requirements for ground floor active space in these neighborhood centers, and we'll figure that out during zoning as to what that should be. And we could totally do that. Yeah. We just need to make sure, are we all kind of in agreement moving along conceptually that that's where we would like to end up in some capacity with that notion?
I like that option, where the purple means there's a neighborhood center there.
And what that looks like.
What exactly that looks like will vary depending on which neighborhood.
And we'll discuss that further. Okay, that's perfectly okay.
I would like to add, to that, since I was talking about, the parcels of the south, I would say, on the northwest quadrant, we kind of have a small square of purple, and then go back to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean the quadrant, of the blocks that we were just looking at, the ground floor overlay. There we go.
Northwest of the southwest of the east-west
area, sorry, that was my fault. So, and I'm pointing my pin at the screen and I'm realizing you guys can't see this. So so on the west side of 44th, it's purple. Yeah. And then as you start to go north, it stays purple on the east side of 44th, but then it transitions, it looks like probably residential 2 on the west side of 44th. To me, I would personally like to see the purple on the west side of 44th as well. How deep? Definitely the parcels fronting 44th.
No, I think he's talking about up on the north side, and I think it's 48. But I know I'm tracking because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, now why did we leave those as R2?
No, so this, the map is labeled incorrect. This is 44th. This isn't 48th.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
So that's, sorry.
We'll
I've lived here a while.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I know what streets look like. So yeah, this
No, I know you do. Yeah, I apologize.
No worries. So on 44th, I think it would make sense to have the purple on the west side of 44th as far north as it is on the east side of 44th. I'm definitely open to have it go as deep as it goes just to the south of that. But even if it's just those 4 parcels that front 44th, I think that would make sense as well. It would even provide more opportunity for the parcels that are directly west of that. But again, those are kind of separate in a way. They have access off of a different street. It's kind of their whole. They're big lots, but it's still single family over there. It's a little bit different. But definitely those 4 parcels that front 44th. To me, it would make sense to be that purple.
To the south as well, bringing those in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out there's a lot of purple around cul-de-sacs, which makes me nervous. because, again, I don't think lot aggregation, especially these areas that are further away from the transit center, is going to be a given. And, if we zone 4 to 6 minimum, it's, likely that those houses will never become anything other than what they currently are. Even if a duplex or even a bigger house, right, could potentially be better. So I think, maybe the purple, we say 4 to 6, but I think there's some variability within the zone as well. The bigger parcels, I think make sense. The cul-de-sacs, and the weird little, I guess that's a townhouse development or something up there, maybe those are, have some additional flexibility. So I think that's one of the things we need to look at in the individual sort of neighborhood plans here. When we say, neighborhood center 4 to 6 stories, we don't immediately say, okay, these are all going to be 5/1s or whatever over the entire purple. I think we need to have some level of flexibility, especially for some of these weirder parcels, of what those could potentially look like in the future.
Well, and I know Commissioner Harrison has had his hand up for a long time, but I just wanted to mention what essentially happens is, unless you can get an optimal size for that 4, 5, 6-story building, those would just remain undeveloped until such time in the future. So the issue is, if you're so flexible that you would allow duplexes or 3 stories on those instead of the neighborhood center mixed use that we're talking about, then you're just carving away the effectiveness of your neighborhood center space. That's kind of the challenge. But I think, Christy, I mentioned this earlier, if we have the development agreement process in place for a town center, maybe there's a smaller development agreement process or something that allows some flexibility in these neighborhood center areas to work with, different parcel sizes and things like that. So that could be looked at in zoning, but just a thought.
Or we can also go down and allow for 3 to 6 or whatever. So, I mean, that's also a real potential, I think, for the neighborhood, these neighborhood kind of areas. I think it's more important that you kind of set the stage for these to be the core of the residential that grows around it. If you want to effectively do what we've been talking about doing, which is activating along these multimodal areas and what that looks like, because I live here and I want a few things around where I purchased a home instead of having to get in my car and go a long way to get that, because I can just bop down here and do that. So that's what we're trying to achieve. I think there's different ways to achieve it, but I don't know that there's magic in saying it has to be 4. It could be 3, and we can kind of work out the particulars when we get there with the zoning, and we have some time to do that. I think more importantly is south of town center. We need some direction on that before we stop talking this evening, and what the consensus of planning commission is. I think we can change these up and talk about them more next time we meet, because I think we've got the gist, and we don't have to solve world's problems on these things tonight, but we need to know those other map colors. We need direction on the other map color tonight.
Okay.
And Commissioner Harrison, sorry to keep you hanging so long. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem at all. Thank you, Chair Batista. I was just also, it sounds like it's a consensus from the rest of the Planning Commission of support of some form of ground floor overlay. I just also wanted to, I agree myself, but I also wanted to throw in, I like the idea in the worst case scenario, if QFC, if the merger does go through and QFC changes hands, and then whatever replaces it ends up going out of business. We already know Bartell's was bought by Rite Aid. It might go out of business as well. Not requiring ground floor activation in that area could result in, another food desert possibly, because you wouldn't really, I mean, it's possible, it wouldn't have to happen, but anything that could avoid losing that, that shopping area in that area, I think is a good thing.
Something that would have been incomprehensible 10 years ago to think that, the grocery store, which has been there since that place was developed, 40 some years ago, and Bartell's was one of the original tenants of that. They both might be gone really soon. It's mind boggling that that's the position that we're almost in right now. So, okay. So it sounds like we're good with ground floor activation. Definitely. I mean, this is something, it sounds like we can circle back to. You wanted some direction specifically for south of town center, but you had also said earlier, we kind of blew over some other quadrants real quick. So we're still having a chance to kind of revisit the other quadrants, because I definitely have a few comments for the northeast quadrant, but.
Let's do it.
Okay. So the northeast quadrant, again, we've kind of had, similar comments before. Very large parcels. I definitely think there needs to be more, mixed-use ground floor activation on the frontages, 212th and 44th. It's kind of hard to show that on the parcel because the parcel's so big and it's so deep. And right now, like on the corner, we're like, for example, where Northern Lights is, it very large, multiple units. They've recently, done some cosmetic rehabbing, on some of their, I think on their entire complex, but has the potential to maybe be a phased redevelopment as well. I think definitely, how the frontages on 212th and 44th, they're important, but I think it's, even south of that, or not south, west, a place has changed name twice now. I can't remember. It used to be Bronson Place. Then it was the Boulders. I can't remember what it's called now. But the unit directly west of Northern Lights. It's another apartment complex.
Right.
With some actual nice street trees, but unfortunately they're a lot higher than the sidewalk, so it'll make it tough to retrain the trees but have some redevelopment there. But I think it's important to, have activation there is there as well. But my big concern really is south of Northern Lights. It's that lighter color. I think that's a 3. I really think that should be mixed use, fronting 44th there. From 212th all the way down to, at minimum, that turnoff road there. I don't know what that technically is addressed at, if that's technically 215th or 216th, that dead end there. But, south of that sort of dead end, that, it's condos right now, but you never know what could potentially happen, with people getting bought out in the future. But definitely north of that dead end, because those are just, huge lots on 44th. Mm-hmm. I think the potential is there. The demand will be there. Again, we got to remember that's very close to the Linwood Light Rail Station. So not necessarily within the walk-in since there's kind of a big hill, but a very quick bus ride or a bike ride. I know you guys were talking about, maintaining the mobile home park and, anti-displacement issues, but those mobile homes are really old. And I think it's more important to have the, anything that's fronting 44th be, more intense, more mixed use. But that's not to say, that's a pretty deep lot, on the backside of that lot, have some sort of zoning that mandates or allows for, something that's, more affordable. But I hate to say it this way, but I think when it comes to the mobile home parks in the city, you might have to just rip the Band-Aid off and recognize that they're only getting older, they're only getting more, I don't want to say dilapidated, the owners are, they're maintaining them, but they have already surpassed their operational lifespan. And I think it might be better to treat the need for that housing, find a different solution rather than just keeping it, as a mobile home. I mean, you could have it so it's like if they want to stay, if the whole thing wants to stay a mobile home park, that's fine. But I think it would be prudent to provide an option to not only intensify the uses on the part of that parcel that fronts 44th, but if the city says we still need this housing, which we do, affordable housing, not necessarily a mobile home, then have the ability to have that zoning exist there as well to allow that development. Again, I just don't think. I think at some point we are gonna hit a breaking point with the age of those mobile homes that are there. The other consideration is that there's transmission lines that run right across that lot, so I don't know what can be developed underneath those lines in terms of height and density. Those are future questions, but I just think it's important to recognize having as much intense development, fronting the 44th there, and then recognizing that there may be some who just want to see those mobile homes be there forever, but they're going to be gone sooner rather than later, and so let's have a better plan in place for when that does happen. And probably more of a controversial statement than other things that we've talked about tonight.
Are you saying that the housing is going to be gone or the zoning?
So the problem is that, and again, with all mobile home parks, you don't own the land underneath of it. So they own the mobile home itself. But the age of those mobile homes in that park they're getting up there. And whether or not the lots are even large enough because they're small mobile homes. And now we think of modular homes that might move in. Those are much bigger than what these mobile homes are right now. So it's also having to think about, is there even a replacement opportunity given the individual mobile home lot size in that lot? And is that a trend that we still want to perpetuate where somebody is sort of tied to the mobile home, but they have no control of their destiny because they don't own the land underneath?
Well, I think the zoning doesn't dictate the ownership. So in manufactured home communities are two things. One, it can be you're leasing the space, or two, you do a type of subdivision called a binding site plan where you have ownership of the land in a manufactured home park. So the way that these parks were developed was you lease the space where the home site is. I think we can address, and you bring a valid point, that a lot of these were single wide mobile homes back when they were placed, and it's harder to find. There is still single wide mobile homes that are for sale, but it's harder to find them for sure. The smaller units, I think you can change the requirements in these properties to kind of fit the standards a little bit better for today. Where we were coming from is we have some anti-displacement requirements in this comp plan. So where are we going to say we're trying to not upzone or displace the folks that live in this community basically by our rezoning? efforts that were cognizant that in many cases, these mobile home parks are kind of the last bastion of affordable housing in this community. And it's going to get more expensive. So is there a way to try to keep these and modify the zoning requirements in trying to keep these viable for the next little bit? Or do we upzone them, which probably perpetuates these going away at a faster clip? So, but yeah, they're definitely aging, and they're changing. So we would have to take a look at the zoning to suit these areas better if we did keep this zoning in place, or these land use designations in place. So that's kind of up to the Planning Commission and what you guys want to do about these. We have 3 of these areas in the city right now, I believe, 3 different.
We did communicate throughout this comp plan update process that we were interested in maintaining these as manufactured home park zoning, and something that I think council is also interested in keeping, speaking to that anti-displacement requirement. So if we did change this, I think it'll be a big change.
Yeah, I mean, I know for me, and part of the problem with this is that, my focus is, 1, on the age of the housing stock, but 2, the use that's fronting 44th. It's a deep lot. There might be potential for a section of that parcel that fronts 44th to be redeveloped, to be more in line with, more of the mixed-use commercial uses that we're trying to develop in this area. But that would also maybe leave, part of that parcel to, while be redeveloped, could be redeveloped differently, that would still allow, instead of mobile homes, maybe it's cottage housing, or, something that is smaller scale, but there's more, there's more of a permanence and ownership to it for those as well, because it's sort of, I hate to say it, but, sort of mobile home park, yeah, it's definitely affordable, and for some people, it's the only thing that they can afford. But unfortunately, they can't, they just don't control sort of their own destiny too, because they are subject to the lease contract that they're signing for the ground underneath them. And while they may own the structure, they may get priced out of the lease, and then they're stuck. And I would rather see them be able to move into a housing type where there's more permanence to it, and more control and more ownership for the individual.
Yeah.
But again, it's hard because right now it's just one parcel, as opposed to, sort of what I envision the possibility is that you can do more than one thing with that parcel. It's just right now you can't reflect that because the map is just the one parcel. We can't dictate to the owner or future developer, oh, you have to split your parcel up this way only. It's up to them how they want to do that, as long as it meets, code. So that's where I'm like, we can, have it. It's like, well, if they want to keep it the way it is, they can, but give them the opportunity. But maybe it's one of those cases, if it falls under, sort of the displacement initiative, that a developer, and obviously you can correct me if I'm wrong, that because of the type of housing stock that is there currently, if there is a proposal, they have to account for that displacement of low-income properties and have a solution for providing, sort of a replacement alternative for them. I don't know. I'm sure that could be massaged out in zoning. I mean, obviously, it's just my opinion. It's, one I've had forever, just because I have witnessed how, the site, it's well maintained, it's just at some point, the housing stock is just, you can only repair it so many times before, you just sort of get to this, catastrophic failure. And then, you're, unfortunately, the mobile homeowner is stuck. They're stuck with something that they can't sell, but they don't own the land underneath of it either. What little rights they had, they've lost. So it's, again, I said it before, it's just having to rip that Band-Aid off and realize it, in the interim, it may not sound like the best way to go, but looking long-term, it might be the only feasible option.
So what's the direction of planning commission for us?
Well, I'm just curious at what other, this, at least for the mobile home park, well, obviously in the other side of the street too, that's my position. That's when I envision, this node transforming into a more strong commercial neighborhood center, these are the type of things that I think need to be part of that discussion. I don't know how the rest of the planning commission feels, so obviously definitely want to hear input from other people, if they agree, disagree, or they're somewhere in the middle.
I agree that I would like to see more commercial activity in those areas. I have to go take a ride because I don't know where this park is that you're talking about. But I do know a little bit about that 220th, and it does look like there has the potential to be something more than just residential that invites the citizens out to spend money, do something worthwhile. Maybe it could be a yoga studio, a coffee shop. I would love a sit-down coffee shop. Any of those things would be nice.
This is just me. I would love to see something more in the middle, closer. It would be great to see some, commercial development, but, displacements, it's, I hate to, harp on it more, but, this area and this whole region is growing more expensive by the year. Maybe if there was some sort of mitigation factor, so if someone redeveloped that area, if it was made into whatever it was, that there was some other place that had, equivalently affordable housing in the city. I don't know if that could be done, or if there's any space to do that. So I probably lean, if that could be done, I think I'd lean towards it, but if it couldn't, because, there's not very many places that are even remotely affordable. And if we don't have some kind of housing, even at the bottom level, even if it's, more difficult and less stable housing, people will either leave the community or they'll be on the street, unfortunately. So I somewhere in the middle is probably where I'd probably sit. But I definitely respect, either both sides of that argument.
I think the mobile home park is a unique case. I do agree that, I think we sort of need, when I see, existing commercial sort of be rezoned into residential, I kind of have some pause. I think we should have some flexibility or maybe even requirements, maybe you don't reduce commercial. For mobile home parks, I think maybe this is something we don't have an answer for right now, but we should work to come up with an answer. And once we have a solution to the anti-displacement, we can revisit it. But my sense is that we don't currently have an answer for that at the moment. So maybe this is one of those things where if mobile home park zoning is such that if somebody does have a proposal to redevelop it into something else, we might consider a rezone in the future, but they would need to come up with that proposal to address the anti-displacement thing until we come up with something better that is more rules-based. It makes sense to me.
So our sub-consultant, Leland Consulting, did do an anti-displacement analysis as part of the comprehensive plan update. And so some of those strategies are incorporated in the comp plan, specifically in the housing element. So we speak specifically to anti-displacement measures for manufactured home parks, for example, And then there are tools available that we can sort of look into as a city to support. But of course, a lot of this is basically private development, so it's market driven. But I think by having manufactured home park zoning, I think that alone is an anti-displacement. It's a first step. We have the zoning in place. That means no one can come in and change that swath of land into like another type of use, for example. So, yeah.
I think that makes sense, and then we can bake these things into what mobile home zoning means, maybe.
And we can look into this deeper too, like if we do housing action planning work and specific like manufactured home park preservation studies, for example, to really identify what those strategies could be.
If obviously all the changes that are being made, citywide right now, but if we were to come back to this later, or say there was a proposal, say the property sold, and there was a proposal to change it, would that be considered an illegal spot zone if we tried to change it by itself in the future?
It'd have to be a comp plan amendment rezone request, so they would have to come back and change the land use map in order to do that. So it wouldn't be a spot zone if the land use map was approved to be changed. But somebody couldn't come in and just change the zoning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we can do that every year, correct?
We could do that once a year, yep.
Okay. So it's just, for decades, we've sort of been kicking the can down the road on this. And I've seen us do that for a lot of other things, and I've seen how it's negatively impacted the city. And I think we're fastly approaching the threshold for not only this mobile home park, but the other one that's kind of near Gateway. That one's really old as well. And I know sooner rather than later, we're going to be dealing with this again. And I think it's important, if we have a vision for what we want these areas to look like, to get it documented and get it codified now, rather than trying to play catch up when all of a sudden there is a proposal from a developer who then comes in down the road and says, oh, I want to do this, and I'm doing a proposal to do a zoning that completely is against the character of what we're trying to do.
So it sounds like we need to add a policy, Mandy. And,
Okay.
I think to address this and to say exactly that we need to further study, designate our designations for, manufactured housing developments with anti-displacement in mind. And then I think we can talk about those things. What does this look like if it changed from a mobile home park? Is a certain type of development allowed in these areas, such as smaller cottage housing that is limited in size, or, the like, of where you're trying to mitigate displacement by what you could do here? If, the issue is if you upzone these areas, then they will get redeveloped. I've seen it in every community I've worked in. So I think we can put a policy in place that says, hey, let's take a look at these particular areas as we move forward. It's something that we need to look at and then come to some type of resolution with anti-displacement in mind.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying, Chair Batista. At a certain point, the age of these developments they were developed quite some time ago. And so you don't see these developments look like they do in our community. But we are dealing with these areas that are affordable.
Okay, we'll add that policy language.
And then for the other side of 44th there, for me, I feel at minimum that should be zoned the same as the zoning to the north, for Northern
The
Lights.
mixed use, yeah.
Yeah, and then definitely kind of what we were talking about before, ground floor activation on the frontages. I think through 44th and 212th. Maybe not the full, frontage of 212th all the way, going all the way down to 52nd. That's a pretty long haul to think that, kind of ground floor activation on that frontage for that long of a stretch would be successful. But definitely, for the Northern Lights parcel and maybe even any potential for, again, I
So
can't even
that
remember what
would
it's called.
be the R4 would have ground floor activation as well as, are you suggesting a change all
I
of that
honestly,
along 212
personally,
to
I feel that it should be mixed use on that corner there.
Okay.
Fronting 44th and 212th, I really think that should be that should
that
be mixed use.
large parcel?
Yeah. But again, it's definitely the buildings fronting 44th and 212th should be mixed use, but it's hard to quantify, how a phased development would work. There might be a new street grid in the future as part of that development, there might be difference, but right now we only have a map with the parcel boundaries as they currently exist, as opposed to, what possibility there would be in the future to have a slightly different variety of parcels there. I mean, just having that, sort of that purplish little square where 44th Market and, I still think of it, it's darn good pizza, but it was a tattoo place, and now I think it's a mixed martial arts place. That's a tiny little, little parcel. I think if anything's going to happen there, it's going to need to be aggregated into the overall lot of Northern Lights when it's redeveloped. But again, I'm not quite sure how you quantify that on the map using the parcels as the shapefile. So, maybe just some sort of indication that, any development on these frontages, has that ground floor activation. I don't know.
Okay.
Adding a different feature to the color, or, just an additional line or like a highlighted strip. I don't know.
Just to
Chair,
clarify, so.
Yeah,
if
the
we
whole
don't change it
extent
to purple
of,
and we
are
keep
we
it.
talking about that whole thing? Can you point? Are you talking all that area on the west side of 44th, that whole area?
South of 212.
At least from think about 44th, from 212 south to at least right there. Go up a little, because where your cursor is right now, just north of that cursor is an already developed condominium complex. But when you go one block further up, that's the church with all that open land. So at least south to where that street is right there, and I'm blanking, I don't know if that's addressed as 215th, or like 214th Place, or I'm not sure what that address is, but to me, that makes sense to have it, extend at least down there, because especially right now, because this is just sort of a parcel map, you can see 214th on the east side, but right now, 214th actually kind of carries over onto that private property as well, but it's a private drive. It's not technically 214th, but I would assume that with any kind of redevelopment, that street grid would be further built out as well.
So if we change that from middle housing, then we would have to, I guess, do the numbers to see if we are still meeting our 928 or whatever, how many.
So in this case, if you change that from middle housing, you've got to take something that's zoned more intensely than middle housing elsewhere in the city and convert it to middle housing?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking. If we're upzoning south of the station and if we're upzoning here, because we have to be cognizant of our numbers, not only for capital facilities, but for middle housing, then where are we going to make that shift? Are we downzoning the church property? Are we,
Would it mean having to, rather than downzoning,
well, I mean, it's not really downzoning because
yeah.
we're proposing to
Yeah.
upzone it, but are we changing the potential designation?
or can we, rather than taking away more dense proposals and shifting it down to middle housing, can we spread it out more throughout the city and add middle housing where it's just single family right now? Like, so like, as an example, say, you know, it goes 2 parcels deep off of the arterial. So instead of having it 2 parcels deep of middle housing, you make it 3 parcels deep. You know, and it's kind of spread more evenly throughout the city rather than kind of looking at, you know, big chunks here and big chunks there.
We could see capacity wise, but then in that case, we're upzoning and upzoning. So,
What about the Lakeview property? Like in the northwest quadrant, I feel like that was probably the most egregious example of like, you know, there's not really like activity near there, but we're sort of requiring a mix of uses like 2 blocks back from
why
the.
don't you go look at,
So the purple at the very top there. Yeah, that guy. Like that seems to be the largest parcel that we're sort of requiring to be the densest. But I think the zoning currently is like a R3 or like a residential 3 that we're talking about. Am I
yeah,
correct?
it's older apartment stock.
Yeah.
That again is aging, and so the likelihood that would redevelop at some point, I think was the thought process of like, okay, that's gonna
Exactly what it is.
redevelop at some point, and so
And given its proximity to a potential light rail station.
it's basically light rail. It's adjacent to employment, which was light industrial and commercial. So that was the thought process kind of behind those areas going purple. But
Could we go to the southeast quadrant for a minute, Jonathan? I'm wondering if maybe some of that purple, yeah, it's kind of cutting off between the northeast and southeast, but maybe we don't need as much purple there where it's cul-de-sac lots, you know, yeah, kind of on the east side. Yeah, there and on the east side. And then if you go to the northeast quadrant, there's that whole area down there that we're showing as purple. Maybe some of that could convert back to R2 or R3. I don't know how people feel about that, but that could be a trade.
That like feels more like it would be a more appropriate designation for that development to me, just because of the way the cul-de-sacs are weird.
Yeah.
Again, it's tough, you know, there's potential there if you aggregate the properties, and some of that housing stock is really old, but on 44th, there is a new development there that's only been there about 10 or 15 years, so the odds of that redeveloping are slim.
yeah,
But, you know, if somebody comes a-calling with enough money, though, you know, I'm sure they.
so
they
would you guys
sell.
potentially like to see that change in the next map?
Yeah, I think that gives us some flexibility. And like when I see cul-de-sacs and I hear 4 to 6 story buildings, I start to worry just because of the potential headaches involved in aggregation. I know it works in some areas along the light rail station, like right next to the light rail stations, but
Sure.
as you get further out from that, so especially here, like I start to question
Sure.
exactly how that will go.
Right, depending on the situation.
And then there's also the element of like, you know, you've got the purple touching the light yellow, like there's some areas of that. And I think that when we were doing the town center stuff, like the step down from like a 6-story building to a 3-story building was kind of a concern. So that also, in this instance, provides a bit of buffer.
I think, you know, if we go that route too, one thing to consider is probably elevation change as well, because the areas that are adjacent to the purple actually sit at a higher elevation than that purple. So even though the purple, like say it's a 3 or 4-story building, well, especially right down at the corner, that corner dips down quite a bit as opposed to further to the east or to the northeast there. Obviously, we are a city of hills, so you could, you kind of have to make that observation with, you know, every location that we're looking at here, that just because the two parcels are next to each other doesn't necessarily mean they're on an even elevation. But I'm torn because I don't want to see taken
Well,
away.
let us change the map as a proposal, and you have time to talk about it again on the 9th.
Isn't the 9th the public hearing?
Yeah, but I mean, you can still discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to me, we're there with the comp plan pretty much, right? I think this is our big to-do. So I think you've got time to solidify what you want to do at that hearing.
Okay.
So we get back to the question of the evening, folks.
Can we get
Yes or no?
Can we get the screenshot where it's blown up more for that section?
Please blow it up for us that can't see the hugest
Visually.
screen in
Visually,
America.
physically.
Which,
I know.
Which quadrant?
The stuff south of Town Center.
Okay.
And blow the heck out of that.
The southwest quadrant, I guess. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's the
Southwest.
southwest. I think you can see it pretty well on
Yeah,
this
this is a
slide.
good one.
Yeah, so the question is what to do with
That
the
yellow.
two R2 areas closest to town center that they're currently shown as R2, the darker yellow, right? Is that our question?
Yeah, and I think you'll see it in your packet, but that half-mile radius kind of splits that yellow at a certain point. If I am not mistaken, does it split the yellow?
I think it includes all of the yellow, I believe.
Oh, does it? Because we had a wrong map, didn't we, with the other stuff? Okay, so forget what I just said. We had two distances and one of them was incorrect on that middle housing stuff that we looked at. So
If you think about, you know, just for the commissioners, kind of roughly, it's roughly a half a mile from the light rail station to 56th. So sort of think of like a semicircle arc coming down from 56, kind of doing a swooping, then you'll get an idea of roughly what the half mile is as the crow flies, not necessarily, you know, by vehicle or by walking. So it's, hopefully that'll help visually for people who haven't seen
So
that
in
map
those
with
areas, we can't
the radius.
require parking for middle housing zoning at this time.
correct, we can't require it for middle, but you can require it for the densities that are upzoned for middle housing.
Which we consider R3, even though R3 is not exclusively missing middle, but also some other kinds of buildings. And the
I
main
think
difference,
it's really more like R4, Commissioner. 'cause
Yeah,
it's-
it would have to be R4 or higher.
Yeah, yeah.
and the main difference between R2 and R3 is you get an extra story,
R2 is fourplexes.
right?
R3 is that 3 to 4 story.
Right.
So there's several different like typologies that you can go with. But yeah, like
But we stopped regulating number of units at R3.
I think R3 is more intensity in, instead of 4 plexes, you might allow 8 plexes, 12
Right.
plexes.
Just a little
stacked.
more intense
They would still
of
be
middle
3
housing
stories.
allowed.
I think that the way that we were thinking about it previously, Jonathan, was overthinking the middle housing height. I think that needs to stay at 3 stories.
I agree, because that's middle housing, 3 stories.
Okay,
That's
so
the distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so R3 then is limited to 3 stories,
it
Yes.
should be.
which is not currently expressed in these slides.
Correct. I mean, it says 3 to 4, but it should be 3.
The
But
3
it-
to 4 is being changed. It's just, we're trying to tell you what it was before, but we're changing it. Yeah, sorry for the confusion on that.
But it definitely, R3 is going to be the denser of the middle housing that's going to be allowed in those areas, right? So where in R2, you could have, like Mandy's saying, you could have 4 plexes and you can have certain things. You're going to get a lot denser of stacked flats and different things when you move up that zoning.
Right, but we're still limiting it to 3 stories.
Yes, correct. For middle housing, it's limited to 3 stories per the legislation.
And we're talking about no limitations on, the main difference between R2 and 3 is no limitations on units, and then 3 to 4, you add another story, basically.
I wouldn't call it no limitations. It's just more units allowed under 3.
Denser.
Is there an upper limit?
Well, there would be, because, well, the upper limit's controlled by height, I guess, is one way to think about it. But also, there are certain building forms that are recognized as middle housing. So you couldn't have, a huge building of 24 units, for example, at 3 stories.
Try to remember those 9 different typologies that we talked about for middle housing. That's what we're talking about, with those more dense typologies being the more intense zoning, and the less intensive is that R2 type of zoning.
So we're looking at limiting it to 6 units then, per lot, for the R3.
No.
No,
Yeah. R2 is 4 plex, up to 4 plexes. That's the density, 4 plexes. R3 is anything above 4 plex. So whether it's a 6 plex, 8 plex, cottage housing,
Up
courtyard.
to a certain point that we have not yet defined.
Up to 3 stories.
Up to 3 stories.
No, I mean, up to a certain number of units
Right,
on
because that
lot.
would be,
per lot is how we're regulating this.
I mean, it's going to depend on your lot size,
yeah.
right?
and if you've aggregated lots.
And I think this discussion, is more relevant to that middle housing code update work that we're doing.
The zoning.
I think we're just trying to figure out what the land uses are going to be. So as we develop alternative to its keeping in line with that, we need to provide for middle housing. We have, sorry, it's 10:30, so I'm like.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. This is just a question I have. I don't know if we need to, I think this is a complicated question.
Yeah.
I didn't, this difference between what missing, middle housing and what an apartment is, when I looked at R3, I thought that was, good, because you have this flexibility between between middle housing typologies or something else that is larger than a 6-plex. But, we're still defining a lot of different things as middle housing here. And so I'm a little confused as to, are there some zones where you allow both? I think it might be good to have a zone where you allow middle housing or apartments, depending on what the lot size is there.
So that's, I think, what that residential 3 land use is. It's either allowing for that middle housing that's higher than a 4-plex, or a multifamily development, which can be however we define it to be through zoning.
Okay. So I think in this zone, flexibility makes sense. Whether it's missing middle housing, or if you can get together some lots, you can build a larger apartment building, but after a certain level, you start needing to require parking, maybe to address Commissioner Harris's question about, you know, sort of overloading the capacity of this area near the transit center?
Yeah, I think, you know, that is really what we're trying to do, is provide more distinction between R3 and R4 and not have it be unclear. We don't want R3 to be unclear that it could allow either middle housing or apartments. We want to have a distinction there so that it's really clear where parking is required and where it's not. So
Because
I apologize, Jonathan, because I think maybe we didn't communicate that very clearly, but R3 would not be 4-story anymore. It would just be up to 3 stories.
Yeah, I
middle
understand
housing
that.
only. And then when you go to R4, that's when you're at the 4-story apartment, 4-story apartment level.
or the residential mixed use.
Yeah.
You kind of do have that graduated scale.
But does R4 allow middle housing?
No, it's not technically a middle housing category. Yeah.
So
that's-
more,
It's
So that we
those,
could really
it's those
draw that
orange areas
distinction.
that, you know, are upzoned a little bit higher because they're on the major transit corridors, right? If you have no distinction between your zoning, it's great to be flexible, but when you're overly flexible, then you really have no standards. And then you hit what we don't want to do in the zoning world is arbitrary and capricious. And that's where we get the cities sued multiple times because we're too flexible. So you want to understand to where it's not so cookie cutter that everything looks exactly the same way because you're building the same Chevrolet every time just based on your requirements. But at the same time, you can't be so flexible that you're arbitrary, that it can be taken that, hey, well, this guy was able to do this and you don't like me and I can only do this, right? So we have to be distinct enough in our requirements that there's a certain threshold that people need to meet. Right? And what the intent is.
okay, so my sense is that we probably want more than 4 plexes very close to the transit center, but we don't necessarily want to require that they, I don't know. I think we want to allow more density near the transit center than we allow elsewhere, is my sense. Like, I think my feeling is that residential 3 gives you, based on what I'm hearing, it gives you a bit more flexibility. It's kind of a flexible zone. But I also think that maybe I don't fully understand the distinction between this gradient here.
As part of, you know, kind of the edits that you guys will be making, will we get like a detailed sheet of what each of these, you know, what is entailed in the residential 1, what is entailed in the residential 2, 3, 4, mixed use, and then, you know, just basically you look at the legend of, you know, one of these maps like on the sub area, just an explainer of what every single color actually entails now.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a document in your packet that I failed to get it updated. So by the next meeting or at some point this week, we'll have that to you.
Okay.
Because there is a document that sort of lists out all the land uses and a short descriptor.
Generally, right, when we'll get more specific in zoning, but it lays out generally speaking.
Yeah.
So I guess, do you want to move that area to residential 3? Or do you want to move that as a body to residential mixed use? Or Or do you want to move it to residential 4?
We're talking about the yellow area.
The yellow area.
Okay.
Keep in mind.
Before we
don't
go
know.
deep, I do see Commissioner Harrison's hand up. I want to make sure
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was gonna
forget him
say
again,
that.
so go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Well, yeah, I mean, my thought, again, I'm super biased in this, so, I respect and will go with whatever the commission thinks. Yes, I brought up parking a lot. It sounds like residential 3 is more likely to allow for development that could require parking. And again, I'm super biased. I hate to even, voice out on this particular issue because, going residential 3, it would kick up my home value by a lot. So if my area was developed, my sort of, my sort of gut instinct does say that, being close to the town center or the light rail, you do want, it's probably more valuable to have more dense housing, and so it's more accessible to more people. It sounds like if that is moved, though, if that it goes from residential 2 to residential 3, then that amount of area of residential 2 has to be moved to somewhere else. If I understand that correctly, so
Yes.
there has to.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
point of clarification, I think if we go to R3,
We're okay.
that's still middle housing.
That's right.
Yeah, if we go to
So-
R3, it's middle housing, which we
So
would
then
not
it will
be
still
able
be
to
subject to
require
that no parking requirement.
That would be correct.
Okay.
You would need to go to R4.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what we could do, this was suggested earlier, is we could look at some of the other R2 areas and cut back on some of those. This was suggested earlier to try to find a balance in the number of units.
I think this also comes back to just sort of, I don't know, not to rag on the state, but I do think they're still developing exactly what the middle housing is, right? So like, if it doesn't fit in one of the middle, like, what is that divide where it's no longer middle housing? Like, I think I don't fully understand it, and I'm not sure that the law does either. Like, I think
Yes.
like, every time I dig further into this, I have more questions.
Well, and I hate to burst your bubble, but this is the way growth management has been
Right.
for the last 34 years, and this is the way middle housing will be.
Right.
Is that legislation will be passed with good intent, but not a lot of meat on the bone. And then the wax will be, and the policy language will be, crafted. And then it will get road tested, and then it will be like, well, and so then you'll have modifications to it. So it's just kind of what we're going to struggle with because it's new. And we're the first ones off the block, locationally, of where we have to do our planning. So we're just going to have to get comfortable with some of this not being in the place that we want it to be. And as it gets further defined, then, we can roll with it. But it's probably going to be what it's going to be. I'm hoping they've already clarified some things, and that's why I didn't want to make decisions this fall on middle housing, because I'm hoping we'll get a little bit more direction as we move through that. And plus, I think it takes more thought than just, this is affordable housing and that's great. Because I don't think the world works that way, right? We know that there's give and take on that. So we just need a general, give us direction on moving forward generally of where you want to be in this south. And then we can kind of tinker with that and bring that back to you at the next meeting and do what we did here, which is say, this is what we're proposing to do. We've moved this here, and then we've kind of juggled these areas. But if just general direction, and realizing that you can elect to change that at your next meeting before your recommendation to city council too. I mean, what you're proposing to do tonight is not ironclad, right? But just
Right.
some direction on where you want us to move this map around a little. Or if not, or yes or no.
So I heard we get to define our own definition of what the upper limit of middle housing is. And I do think as a general direction, we need, more flexibility around the transit center.
Okay,
And I also kind of would like to see, I don't know, this is kind of a dream, like park-facing retail at Ballinger, I think would be a really cool thing to develop. So I don't know if we have, like, it might be a little silly to extend the purple further west down 236th until it hits the sort of a beige color. But I do think 236th is sort of almost like a pedestrian gateway down to the park, kind of makes sense.
so are you taking more middle housing from us and upzoning it and find?
Yeah, this is the problem.
One
I don't
thing
know, maybe. Yeah.
I would just caution us about is changing too much from what was in alternative 2 and alternative 3
Yeah,
studied in the draft EIS. And that's not to say, Commissioner, that couldn't be looked at again in the next time you do an update, which could be 5 years, right? You're really going to be 10 years as the periodic update, but also there's a check-in at 5 years as well. So
Yeah, it's not
Or
actually on the
you
park.
can
so-
update every year if you so choose.
Right. It's not actually on the park, so I think it's lower priority, but
watch your language, Mandy. Once a
Sorry.
year. We got to get zoning done first.
I do think
Yeah.
it's a great idea because I think of Green Lake, and kind of the retail.
Yeah, sure.
Those
Yeah.
around the lake. I mean, I think it's a great idea, but also I'm just trying to keep us in check with what we've analyzed and what we've, indicated. Yeah.
So I
I'd like
think-
to hear, some of the other commissioners, how they feel about, this area, if they would want to see it bumped up to 3. I know, me personally, I know how bad the parking situation is going to be here. And I've always had concern about the reserve area. That was sort of a stopgap measure, because I knew if they had just allowed town center or townhomes, they'd already be there, and we would have lost out on a generational opportunity. I personally would like to see that reserve designation go away and just call it town center, to match the zoning that's directly north of it. I don't know if that's possible, feasible as part of this process. That's my personal opinion. I'd like to hear, what other people think. But having said that, real quick, because I'm going to forget this, obviously as a city, we are struggling with this law. It's difficult. We're basically having to sacrifice opportunities in other parts of the city that we're trying to grow to satisfy this law that was written by a legislature, so completely removed of what's happening on site, not just for us, but for every other city. I'm sure every other city that's going through this process right now is having the same problems and struggles that we are. My hope, comment, hint, hint, you guys are talking to each other. You're talking to the Association of Washington Cities or whoever's got that lobbying power to get this changed, because this is frustrating. And if I'm this frustrated, I can only imagine how frustrated you guys are. So I think there needs to be changes for us to have a solution where it satisfies the intent of that law, but it still allows us the opportunity to develop how we want. Because we have not tried to shirk our responsibility in providing housing in this city.
Yes.
We're actually being hamstrung by it right now with this law. And
Yeah.
I think that needs to be changed. And it may be too much to ask, especially this is the only meeting before the public hearing for this, but not kicking the can down the road, but we probably should think of, okay, this is what we have to do to satisfy the conditions of the law. But what is that alternative that when the law changes for the better, that we can say, this is what we wanted to do. We were prohibited from doing that, but now we can do it. have that in our back pocket, that we can then slap that on the table and said, okay, the law has changed. This was also vetted. This is what we wanted, but we weren't allowed to do it. We're allowed to do it now. How fast can we implement it? Again, slightly kicking the can down the road, even though I hate doing that because we can't do anything about it now. But if we prep for that eventuality, I think that would benefit us greatly to then have the plan that we all have kind of wanted and are just not being allowed to because of the restrictions of this current law. So having said that, gotten on my soapbox a little bit for stuff that's way out of our control. Other than that town center reserve issue, I'd like to hear, any other comments from the Planning Commission, how they feel about the yellow area going from 2 to 3 or leave it at 2. I feel like we've done a lot of talking here, and I really want to hear from everybody on this one. I'm sure staff would too.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't want to see any development happening that gets rid of parking, but I know we got to do what is required of us to do. But yeah, I think you guys are right on track. I'm with you 100%. But I don't know what the options are.
If we said, hey, let's leave the yellow as a 2 right now, but because we're leaving that as a 2 with the potential, given its proximity to the light rail station, is that further impetus to really look at that reserve area right now and just have that boosted up? Because right now it's not middle housing, so it shouldn't affect us with having to put middle housing account for that loss of middle housing, because it's not middle housing to begin with. We're just upzoning it to Town Center 1.
Say that again. I guess I didn't follow you.
So so obviously there's a huge demand that's going to happen once that light rail goes online, and we are now a couple of years removed from when we did the last Town Center update. If right now sort of the historic part of Terrace right now we've got it at residential 2. The demand is probably going to be higher than residential 2 for that area. But if we decide to keep it at residential 2, do we account for that demand by moving forward and eliminating that reserve section and just making it part of Town Center 1? Because I'm thinking it's like, okay, so we're
Town Center 1 is the up to 12 stories, so are you seeing Town Center 3 maybe?
Oh, maybe 3, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential to do that. I think here's the deal, if you're keeping it kind of probably at the residential 2, you won't see, it's kind of the concept that we talked about for town center planning, is if you upzone too much, then you don't really redevelop the core, which is already about 80 acres for Town Center 1, 2, 3 in the reserve. And so if you spread it out too much, then you'll never kind of get to where you're developing that core and then building out. It's the same concept with those neighborhood centers, right? You want to focus on that core and then build out from those neighborhood centers. So if you keep the zoning a little bit low there, you probably will reserve that area, most likely with very little development happening there. You're going to have more area redeveloped the more you upzone that. But then there's also the argument to make of, well, the proximity to light rail is, maybe we should upzone that from R2. So there's two schools of thought there of whether you want to kind of leave it as fourplexes, betting that it there probably won't be much redevelopment and the other areas will redevelop first, or that you want to upzone it and there will probably be more redevelopment that happens there, and you say that's okay because it's adjacent to light rail. That's kind of your question you're answering tonight.
Sorry to jump in again. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm biased, so please take me out, my perspective out of any consideration. My instinct is probably to leave it at 2, just because, as I mentioned, it doesn't really solve the parking situation, so that's going to be a problem no matter what. But it limits what kind of displacement could happen in the area. But again, that's my position. Because I have a horse in the race. Don't count my, don't take my bets.
Does residential 2 allow single family?
All middle housing allows single family.
Does residential 3?
Yes.
So it is possible there'd just be a one-to-one replacement. Somebody tears down one of the original houses and
Right.
just builds another single family.
Yeah, there can't be a prohibition against the single family.
But at least for now, they couldn't do that in the reserve area.
In town center. I mean, you can do townhome in the reserve and different things like that, but yeah, you couldn't do straight single family.
Townhomes are allowed in the
reserve, not in 1, 2, or 3 in town center, but in the reserve they are.
I thought the reserve was there because the thought is that if townhomes were just allowed there right now, that's all we're going to get.
Yeah, we really haven't seen that. We've seen a little bit but that's been mainly in that transitional district where we've seen the townhomes. The thought was the reserve is that with as much commercial as you had along 56th, that if we downzoned all that and we didn't kind of allow what we call the head and the tail, then we're really kind of making it difficult for a lot of people. So there is some allowances for townhomes. You really haven't seen that in those reserve areas. So none that I'm aware of. And that was in 19. So 5 years later, we haven't seen that happen.
Yeah.
The property is a little bit more valuable in those areas, right? So it tends to develop, I think, is going to develop a little bit differently. People haven't really been looking at it for those things thus far.
I have a feeling, it's just a hunch, once our newer development that's directly adjacent to the town center starts happening, that phase, I guess it would be the 4th building on Van Rye, the interim parking lot that's now being redeveloped. Light rail's opening up this week. Once these buildings start coming online, I think or get closer to being going online, it is going to probably start garnering more attention and more demand. So it may not be, 5 years from now, we'll take a look at that, reserve area again. We may have to look at it sooner rather than later because the demand is there.
Sure, yeah.
Again, it's a generational thing.
Yeah.
The proximity to the light rail, it's criminal if we were to allow anything but the most intense use possible, that when you're within the walking distance.
Sure. Yeah.
So, I'm fine with it staying reserve. So then it just kind of gets back to the heart of your original question of the area south of that. It's flagged as 2 right now. Is everybody fine with it being a 2? Except for when we were talking about 56 going one more parcel deep. on the area that was fronting 56. So it sounded like Commissioner Harrison was fine with keeping it a 2.
I'd like to make it go up, and I think he brings a really interesting point of displacement. The kinds of buildings that I think, my sense is that we build really fast and really easily are like single-family homes, 2 ADUs with a primary dwelling. When you have liberalized things, townhouses, and then sort of giant 5/1s. And so the missing middle thing is going to develop, like, just, open this area up regardless. And I think, there is a risk of displacement that you might get a 1-to-1 replacement in this zone with a lot of these. So I don't know if I feel comfortable with just limiting it to 4, because I think if we are going to have displacement, like I think a lot of the development that happens right now, like to upzone from single family, when the train comes in, there's a risk of displacement where right now under current zoning, your house gets bought and knocked down for a bigger house. When your house gets knocked down, under a residential 2, it might get knocked down and replaced with a townhouse, like half of a townhouse development, or these sort of 3 ADU things. So, but then if we were to go to residential 3, like you might start opening up more buildings. We haven't really been seeing those kinds of buildings being built in our current environment.
The way I kind of think of it is maybe you get a more thoughtful development, because you kind of have to really put your mind to the grindstone, so to speak, and come up with something. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's something that, like, when we talk about single-family homes, we don't really talk all that much about, but, like, especially, in some of these older neighborhoods, like, that is a worthwhile thing. And, like, how much are we increasing the risk of displacement? And I think going from single-family to residential 2, it increases it quite a bit. Going from residential 2 to residential 3, I think it might decrease it less than going from 1 to 2. And then going to 4, I think that actually increases it, because then you have to aggregate parcels, or decreases the risk of the displacement, because you actually have to start aggregating parcels to build something that isn't a single-family home. So, all that to say, I think I would like to see it be something else. I don't quite know what. Like, my sense is that 4-plex is a little bit too low, given the neighborhood is probably going to change. But we can take it to a vote, maybe.
Yeah. Commissioner Harrison, I saw your hand, but I see it's down. Did you want to add something?
Yes, just real quick clarification. When I mentioned displacement, my thoughts were more along the lines of the way, if I'm understanding the law, how it was written, residential 1, the duplexes, and residential 2 would be more likely to encourage people to use those large single-family lots to build ADUs and DADUs, rather than, selling their properties and then building, townhomes or multiplexes, which, the residents who live here would be priced out immediately. Most of the people here own the homes for, a long time. Even if you bought a house recently in the last few years, a brand new townhome, it's most likely going to go on the market at much higher than what you paid for your house, unless you, bought it in the last 3 years or so. I wasn't really thinking like individual displacement or displacement of any specific communities or anything like that. More along the lines of, maybe encouraging, building on the lots that exist, rather than, just wiping them out and putting something new, and the people who live there find somewhere else. I mean, of course, it's by choice. I mean, you can't be forced to sell your property or your home. But just to sort of keep that sort of neighborhood feel for this particular community. And again, that's just me clarifying. Again, please do not take me into consideration on this, or my thoughts. I'm just, I don't want to set a bias, or, I definitely have don't take my considerations in, for the vote. In fact, if you would like to vote, I'd probably abstain from it. But yes.
I think you brought up a good point, Commissioner Betcher, about, when you go to 3, not only are you getting more units, but it might present an opportunity to have a more diverse type of unit where you might be able to see more affordable units because they're sort of making it up on the back end with their other units. It's like, hey, units A and B, they're going to be a little bit bigger, they're going to be a little bit more expensive, but we can actually squeeze in a C here as well. It's going to be smaller. We can make it a little bit more affordable. A wider variety of price points opens it up for more potential for people. Devil's advocate, Commissioner Harrison also brings up a good point, the fact that, maybe, you keep the house, but you just add an ADU or a DADU.
So I think either way, someone would be allowed to do that, because we
Yeah.
have HB 1337.
You're gonna, you have it either way. My thought is, though, is that because of the age, again, it's kind of the same argument I was making with the mobile home parks. This is the oldest part of the city. This is the oldest housing stock. The fact that this whole area has not been redeveloped by now is kind of surprising. I would think that if you were to see redevelopment down there, it would probably be on the lines of a one-for-one replacement, a tear down, and a new single-family home, probably with the addition of probably an ADU and a DADU. But if it's a 3, then that prevents, that provides more of a variety of different housing types in densities in that area. So there's pros and cons for both.
So can we ask
I
the
know.
chair at 11 PM here to call for a vote of either 2 or 3, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is there also an option where we postpone this? And because I think this is also worthwhile as an area of separate study, almost on the level of one of the purple dots, like it's next to the transit center is pretty critical.
I agree. I believe, I agree it's critical.
Even doable.
But I think the problem is that our public hearing is the next meeting.
Yeah.
And so we have to have a decision. But maybe we're making the decision now, but knowing that the next year in the cycle, it can be changed.
I was going to say it could be changed no matter what the decision is tonight.
Yeah. But just having said that, it's possible some developers already bought up their swath and they're ready to go as soon as this thing's passed and they've got the green light, they're going to go. So by the time we get around to it next year, it's too late. So just throwing it out there, not trying to make it harder.
No.
Not saying that that's actually a reality right now, but I do know that developers for years have been aggregating properties down in this part of the city. So.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a category of whether it's 2 or 3. This is a special category of area that needs additional attention.
So I have a proposal.
Chair Batista, can I make a comment? Oh, sorry, Jonathan. Didn't mean to speak over you.
Oh, no, you can go first, and then I have a proposal that we can consider for the next meeting.
I was just going to suggest that, between now and the next meeting, also, there is just have the commissioners look at the model ordinance for middle housing, because there are some nuances, and I know it was difficult to answer the question about what's the maximum density allowed. It does depend on if we're applying a tier 1 versus a tier 2 city, and I think we've decided that we're moving towards tier 1.
So no, we're
tier
tier
2
3.
or tier 3, so,
Tier
yeah,
3,
we're
I'm
tier
sorry.
3.
Yes.
That decision hasn't been made, but either way, we can also bring back this alternative with the R2 here, and we can bring back a second land use map with the R3 with whatever other changes we've discussed, and you guys can make a decision on the 9th.
That was my proposal.
I like that option. I think we need to see the trade-offs
do
we're
that
making.
one.
Okay,
So let's do that. So we'll have A, B, and then we can make a decision from there. Okay. Sounds good.
And I think because from having done this for a while, from an administrative standpoint, especially handling, the public meeting part, if we can have like a strong framework in place for what changes we've made, which route we're going to go, so when it actually comes to the part of the public hearing and us actually making the motion, that we are crystal clear and have that full understanding of this is what we are recommending, because it can get really confusing when we're trying to make changes the day of the vote. So,
Yeah.
and
I believe that.
I'm just speaking from previous experiences.
I think
it's a
if you're comfortable as a commission on essentially the content of the plan, and we'll have the full plan with all the pretty graphics and everything for you, but you're comfortable with the content, then essentially, hopefully, we're picking land use map A or B at that point. And we kind of know the areas that we discussed this evening. So hopefully it won't get overly complicated. It'll just be making that final decision of what you guys would like to see on the land use map.
That sounds cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm fine with that.
Sounds good.
Mandy, did you have anything else?
No, I think we'll regroup with you, staff, and just frame this out so we can get it ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
And I would say, and you guys are usually good about this too, if there's anything new or something that we have mistakenly overlooked tonight, especially with the changes that are going to be made, as soon as you guys know, oh, wait, this is something new or something now we have to consider,
Sure.
as much notice as possible so we can kind of sit and absorb that and read up on whatever we need to read up. So when we do come to the meeting, we're already prepared, as opposed to having to start fresh when the meeting starts. And then the goal is not to have the public hearing go until 11 o'clock the next meeting. So I
don't know. I say we keep them as long as they say we stay. No, I'm just kidding.
but I know you guys are pretty good at that. I just know that with this, there's just so much that's been happening from meeting to meeting that it's hard to sometimes get this information to us, kind of back to the old timelines that we used to have, where it was always the Thursday before the meeting where we actually had the stuff in hand.
Right.
That's kind of changed over the years, but I think if it's all possible, the earlier you guys can get it to us, I think that'll really help us when it comes to the meeting, so we don't look like we're chickens with our heads cut off trying to get this through. So
What was that item that Mandy recommended that we review? Is that something that can be sent to us? We don't have
Yes,
to Google it. Thank you.
yeah, we can provide a link, right, Jonathan, to the model
Yes.
ordinance.
Yeah, and I believe we did touch on that with Burke Consulting, but we'll forward those slides again to you.
Okay.
And then there was the model ordinance and also the commerce guide.
We'll just resend it.
All right, that'll work. Then all the information would be in one place, right?
So one last request. Can we confirm on the next maps if we're downzoning Sorelli's or not?
I think you guys got that as part of the
Yeah,
corrections that you'll make, so.
Sorry, I'm going from tired memory, so.
Yeah.
It's okay. I tired memory and all of a sudden I got hungry again. I don't know why. I had dinner just before.
As long as you're
Like, wait a
talking about
minute.
that parcel and you have the bandwidth, feel free to address tent structures and parking lots. Get something on the books for that. Okay, just one last check for staff. We're good then for item number 6 for now? Okay,
Yes.
excellent. So we'll move on to item number 7, director's report.
I was just going to remind everyone, what you already know, is Light Rail's opening this Friday. There'll be a grand opening ceremony in Linwood, and then in Mountlake Terrace, we have an event put on by the Chamber from 4 to 8 p.m. at the station surface parking lot, and I've seen it heavily advertised, so that's cool. We also are going live tomorrow with our software update for our permitting. So that will encompass all of the land use permitting, engineering permits, and a lot of our public works and fire permits. We've been working on this for the last couple of years as well. Everything's kind of colliding. It's like magnetic forces, but staff, all the people in this room that you see and others have been working very hard as we've transitioned from paper to electronic, and making the permitting system more user-friendly for the development community, for staff, and for other folks in the community that want to know what's going on. So we're launching. I know that the first 6 months, people say, will be a little bit painful as we work out the kinks. We've really tried to front-end load this as much as possible, but I know there will be glitches along the way, and we'll just kind of work through those. We have some great people working on it as we speak, and that's kind of the biggies that are going on right now. So, other than the comp plan.
With that system, since obviously there are some in-progress permits right now, I'm assuming all of those permits under your old legacy system will be now transferred to the new system? Or are you going to be living in two worlds for a while?
No, they have been transferred. So we've been transferring them as of last Friday through the weekend and today. And so those documents, unless there has been an error, have been transferred to the new system. So the public won't be working out of two systems.
Okay. What about older permits that are now closed? Are they just like archived? You can't access that information at all, or is there still a way to get to that information?
Well, it depends. Some of the legacy stuff was on a separate system from what we've been using currently, which is SmartGov. Those things have been transferred over, but we're also doing Laserfish for public records requests. So we have a few things going on, but the intent is that the software is talking to the finance software, to Munis, and to Laserfish and the other permitting systems as we move forward. So it's integrated and also user-friendly from an interface of folks that want to know what's going on next door to them or throughout the community as well, and easier access to public records for the community. So,
and then going back real quick to the light rail on Friday. So the official grand opening is at Linwood. That's where all the big wigs are going to be. To my understanding, each new station doesn't get their own grand opening.
That's correct.
So the thing from 4 to 8, Sound Transit's hosting, and it's a bunch of local businesses, but it isn't like there's going to be sort of the ribbon cutting and, kissing hands and shaking babies and doing all that.
Correct. And the chamber, your local chamber, Mountlake Terrace Chamber, is hosting, not Sound Transit, for the evening.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, event. So the main events at Linwood for the big shots, as we say in the business, the dignitaries, and then Mountlake Terrace is doing their own thing.
Will there be a delegation of staff and elected officials, board members to meet up at the official event, or is it just everyone just sort of randomly come on your own and you're
I'm not I think it's kind of random that the electeds will be at the Linwood station, but I'm sure for the official ribbon cutting part of that, but I'm sure you'll see the council and others down at the event at Mountlake Terrace here at the station.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it for director's report?
Yep, that's it.
Does anybody have any questions for the director on what she talked about or anything else?
No, I
Not,
just wish that I was still working at Premier so I could take time off and go.
I actually have a kudos for the director.
go ahead.
Now that light rail is finishing up, there have been a lot of, I think I have probably sent many complaints about the pedestrian activity through there and whatnot. And I just want to say that the path that goes down to the Lakeview Trail where you cross, that has been very confusing for a long time. But right now it's really nice. I like that barrier. I like how easy and safe it feels to go that way. I think that's a good standard. So thanks to your team and everyone for making something that works there.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, it only took us, 6 years to get it right. But yeah, hopefully, there's still work to be done on the 13 different sites. We have permit requirements still. The focus has been on getting the station open, and we'll continue to work to make sure all the improvements are in place. So it'll be ongoing, but the most urgent lift was to get the station open on Friday.
I'm sure it's a mad scramble for all the stations for that
Yes.
Friday deadline. I drove by Linwood's today on my way home from the dentist appointment, and it looked like they had further to go than we do. at least for stuff that's happening in the right of way, minus that last pavement lift that still needs to happen.
Yeah. I mean, we have some pedestrian stuff to take care of, and paving, and I won't bore you with the details, but yeah, I mean, Linwood is definitely a bigger station, so let's just say there is a lot of movement at every station and it will be a mad scramble until it opens to the public on Friday. So expect that there will be a mad scramble and try to stay away from that area, if possible, till Friday.
Good to know.
I
All
can't
right.
wait to use it on September 8th to go to the football game.
You should be good to go by September 8th, yeah.
I'm so excited.
Fingers
Yeah.
crossed, knock on wood. Okay, so that was it for the director's report. We got item number 9, miscellaneous business by call of planning commissioners. Does anybody have any miscellaneous business? I have one pending item, but I want to make sure everybody else gets a chance to speak up. Any known vacations, et cetera, coming up?
No vacations, but like I said, I don't work at Premier anymore, and I have a horrendous commute. So getting home on a Monday after leaving the Soto district is not always so fun. Going into work, it's fabulous. Coming home from work can be a nightmare.
Yeah, I hear that. That was kind of my commute for years until we
Yeah,
finally
yeah.
got to be able to work from home on certain days. So
I know. Maybe in the future, but I'm still kind of new, so I'm just playing the game.
okay, so sort of the one pending item that we have is Commissioner Morgan had requested an excused absence for tonight. Would anybody like to make a motion to excuse Commissioner Morgan from tonight's meeting?
Motion to excuse Commissioner Morgan.
I have a motion to excuse Commissioner Morgan for tonight's meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse Commissioner Morgan for tonight's meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. One last call for miscellaneous business. Not hearing anything? Okay. Thanks a lot, everyone. Meeting adjourned.